Testing.
Testing one.
Mm-hmm. Well, because I could see Andrew.
Testing one.
So she's.
Good morning. Welcome. I would like to call this meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors to order. It's May 5th, 2026. May I have roll call, please?
Vice Chair Alessio.
Present.
Supervisor Ramos.
Here.
Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Cottrell is excused today. Chair Manfrey.
Here. And I would invite Sheriff Oscar Ortiz to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Before we do that, Madam Chair, we could post the colors, and then we'll do the pledge. So
Oh, okay.
if we can kind of scoot in or move to the side.
Detail. Attention. Carry. Coat. Right. Face. Detail. Halt. Left. Face. Present. Color.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Color. Face. Color. Detail. Left. Face. Detail. Halt. Right. Face. Detail. Dismissed.
We will.
All right. And now we're presenting the Pet of the Week. So I invite the Pet of the Week into the room with her handler, or his handler.
Rodney.
Rodney and Megan. Okay. Before we go with the pet, I'd like to thank the Honor Guard for being here and Sheriff Ortiz for leading us in the pledge in honor of Police Week this month. So, who do we have here? And go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Megan. I'm the new shelter manager. Today we have Rodney with us. He is an adorable, obviously, 4-year-old Labradoodle mix. He's got a great personality. I mean, look at him. He is house trained. He's great on the leash, though he looks a little excited right now to be a star. He does great in the car. He doesn't shed. These are all pros. We don't have anything really negative to say about Mr. Rodney. He does have some preferences. He would prefer to be the only pet in the home, but of course, he does want to be a star, so who could blame him? Rodney's adoption fees are waived this week, as he is the pet of the week, and he's been with us since April 17th, so we're really eager to find him a loving home.
Okay, Rodney looks like he's very fun to take for a walk. Okay, thank you for bringing in Rodney today, Megan. Oh, what a good boy. Okay. Okay. Our next item is item 4, approval of proclamations and commendations. We have 3 proclamations today recognizing Police Week and also May 15th, 2026 as Peace Officer Memorial Day, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and Provider Appreciation Day in Napa County. Do we have any public comment on our proclamations today? I'm not seeing any in the room. Any on the phones? No? Okay. Then may I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamations?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Alessio and a second by Gallagher. All those in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. So we will start with Police Week and Peace Officer Memorial Day to be accepted by Sheriff Ortiz. If you want to join me at the podium. All right, Police Week and Peace Officer Memorial Day 2026. Whereas there are approximately 750,000 sworn law enforcement officers serving at local, county, state, tribal, and federal levels across the United States, including the current 115 dedicated sworn members of the Napa County Sheriff's Office, and since the first recorded line of duty death in 1786, more than 24,500 law enforcement officers nationwide have made the ultimate sacrifice, including Napa County Sheriff's Reserve Deputy James Healy, who gave his life in the line of duty on May 25, 1980. And in 1962, John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the calendar week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. Established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. In 2025, 111 law enforcement officers died in the line of duty across the United States, including 14 in the state of California. Each loss was deeply felt by families, colleagues, and communities, and stands as a solemn reminder of the risks borne daily by those who serve. The Napa County Sheriff's Office Honor Guard represents our community with dignity at memorial services across the state of California, standing in quiet tribute with the families of the fallen. And it is vital that all members of the community recognize the responsibility, courage, and sacrifice inherent in law enforcement service and the role these men and women play in safeguarding life, liberty, and property in Napa County. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 5th day of May in 2026, does hereby recognize May 10th to 16th, 2026 as Police Week and May 15th, 2026 as Peace Officer Memorial Day in Napa County. We call upon all members of our community to honor the memory of those who have fallen, to support the loved ones they leave behind, and to express our enduring gratitude to the men and women of law enforcement, past and present, whose service, sacrifice, and steadfast commitment help preserve the safety, rights, and freedoms we share. Sheriff Ortiz, I'd invite you to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Manfrey, and thank you, board members. This is, as you know, is a recognition, not a celebration. It's a memorial recognition, and it hits hard every year, and it certainly hits hard this year. A week ago today, a couple of Honor Guard members and myself were in Tulare County for the funeral of Deputy Randy Hopert. May he rest in peace. An incredible turnout of law enforcement, a very supportive community of its law enforcement there in the city of Visalia and the county of Tulare. But I can share with you that it's an honor and a privilege for us to serve in law enforcement here of Napa County, because we do have lots of support in this community for law enforcement. So I want to thank all of you and remind you to think of the families. I don't think I have to remind a couple of you whose fathers were in law enforcement. So Supervisor Gallagher, Supervisor Alessio, I know you as daughters made sacrifices as well for all the shift work that your fathers, who I knew both of them well, and they did over the years. So thank you for this recognition, and just keep those. Well, actually, I want to thank the Honor Guard, not just for today, but those funerals are a gut check. They're really rough, and we put the email out when we learn of the funeral, and we always have volunteers from the Honor Guard to go attend those funerals. So thank you to all the members of the Honor Guard, the ones that are here, the ones that couldn't make it today, for always stepping up for those ceremonies, so the families can really put some closure to the loss of their loved ones. So again, thank you, and it's an honor to serve.
Thank you, Sheriff Ortiz. I would like to invite my colleagues to the well for a photo.
Pete?
My kid told me. Yeah. Good to see you. It's that day.
All right, next up, I invite my colleague Belia Ramos to present the AANHPI proclamation.
Thank you so much, Chair Manfrey. We have some very special guests here that are going to receive the Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month proclamation. If they can join me up here. Come on. And you got to come close. Come close. So everyone can see all your beautiful, beautiful blouses. Excellent. Come close. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. It is an honor to be able to present this proclamation on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, whereas the Napa County Board of Supervisors proudly recognizes May 2026 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Napa County. We celebrate the vibrant heritage of the AANHPI community and their vast achievements and contributions in healthcare, technology, the arts, agriculture, and public service that have significantly advanced the progress and prosperity of Napa County. And whereas this year's national theme, Power and Unity, Strengthening Communities Together, reflects the enduring spirit of AANHPI communities who have long understood that collective power, the courage to share their own stories, and the willingness to serve as bridge builders across cultures and generations are essential to creating thriving, inclusive communities. And whereas Napa County has been shaped by Asian immigrants since the mid-1800s, beginning with the Chinese immigrants who were foundational to local agriculture, infrastructure, and vineyard development, and who established some of California's earliest Chinatowns and Napa County's cities. Though that vibrant community was displaced, and its cultural legacy lives on through historic sites like China Point Overlook Park, the Sam Key Laundry Building, and plaques near the former Chinatowns in Napa and St. Helena. Historical societies and groups like the Vallejo Napa Chinese Club have worked to commemorate these historical sites to raise up the stories of Chinese immigrants in Napa Valley. And whereas Japanese immigrants made lasting contributions through farming and viticulture, often under difficult and unjust conditions, including forced incarceration during World War II, yet continued to rebuild and strengthen the Napa County community post-war. Filipino immigrants arriving largely in the early 20th century played a vital role in vineyard labor and community building, laying the groundwork for civic and cultural organizations that endure today. And whereas the spirit of community building is carried forward by the next generation, including the Filipino clubs at American Canyon Middle School and American Canyon High School, whose student members proudly celebrate their cultural heritage, share their stories, and serve as bridge builders among their peers, embodying the very principle that unity and cultural pride are sources of strength for the entire community. And whereas preserving and honoring the rich heritage of AANHPI communities enriches the cultural fabric of our region, promotes mutual respect and understanding, and reflects our shared commitment to equity and inclusiveness. Therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 5th day of May 2026, does hereby recognize May 2026 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Napa County, and we encourage all community members to celebrate and amplify the stories, achievements, and contributions of the AANHPI community and join together in advancing our shared vision of a just, equitable, and prosperous Napa County for all. And at this time, I would like to present this to members of the Filipino clubs at American Canyon Middle School and High School who are here to accept and to say a few words. So come on up.
Magandang umaga and salamat for welcoming us. My name is Jen Ferrer. I am one of the 2 advisors for our Filipino club, the Kababayan Wildcats. And it's my pleasure to introduce our incredible students. We actually have 5 of our members here today. We have Juliana, we have Rainiel, Camila, Ezra, and Aleo. I would like to welcome Aleo and Rainiel to welcome our club. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Rainiel Magkawas.
And I am Alejo Quiros.
On behalf of our Filipino club, the Kababayan Wildcats at American Canyon Middle School, we are deeply honored to accept this proclamation for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month on behalf of all AAPI students, families, and community members.
We are proud to come from one of the most diverse school communities where people of many cultures, backgrounds, and traditions come together, learn from one another, and celebrate what makes us unique.
As ACMS students, we are proud to represent our families, our cultures, and to help build a school where everyone feels seen, valued, respected, and included. Sa ngalan ng ating Kababayan Wildcats, maraming salamat po.
On behalf of our Kababayan Wildcats, thank you very much.
Okay, let's go. Everyone
I invite you all to the well for a photo.
two. Okay. Okay, we have a couple more. From the high school.
My mistake. We'll wait on that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Devin. I am president of the Filipino American Culture Club here at ACHS, and I'm proud to recognize AANHPI Heritage Month. This month is about celebrating the cultures, histories, and contributions of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. It's also a reminder to learn from one another, challenge stereotypes, and build more inclusive community. With PACC, we are able to build community, listen to one another, and learn new things about our culture. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Savelle Cosme of the PAC Club, and I just want to say being Filipino American is more than eating ketchup made of bananas. It's banana ketchup, and I hope you guys understand what that means. In a sense, it's cultural fusion. Being Asian in America means to struggle and feel so loud, different from the crowd. And I'm grateful for this loving and supportive community. So many opportunities for Filipinos to celebrate with each other, but that wouldn't have been possible if not for the protests of the past. Our community was fighting for a place in this country, saying we're here and we belong, and we need to celebrate those who stood up. That's what Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is about. Not just celebrating traditions, but also celebrating those who allowed us to let our traditions be celebrated. So I just want to say thank you for fighting, thank you for living, and thank you for being here celebrating with us.
Okay, we're all gonna walk up. Come on. Come on. There's where kids hit.
All right, thank you all so much for being here. I'd like to invite Vice Chair Alessio to present a proclamation on Provider Appreciation Day, and I understand Erica Lubensky is here, Executive Director of Community Resources for Children, to accept this proclamation. Yeah, please come forward.
Thank
And thank you, Vice Chair Alessio. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me read this. This, as you know, is near and dear to my heart, as these all are. I mean, what a beautiful, touching morning we're having. But I also want to invite Jeannie Friedolfs with the Local Child Care Planning Council Program and Early Childhood Services with Napa County Office of Education, and anybody else who is here from our early learning child care community. Please come up. Thank you. This proclamation, Board of Supervisors, Napa County, California, Appreciation Day, Provider Appreciation Day, as you said, that's child care provider, not healthcare provider on this one, May 8th, 2026. Whereas Provider Appreciation Day is an annual celebration on the Friday before Mother's Day that recognizes the work of child care providers, teachers, and educators of young children, established by the National Association of Family Child Care in 1995 as a way to thank family child care and center-based providers. Provider Appreciation Day is now celebrated throughout the United States and around the world as a thank you to the people who educate, support, and spend a tireless amount of time with our children. And whereas child care providers are foundational to children's early learning, development, and well-being, and their work makes it possible for parents to participate in the workforce and for businesses to thrive. And whereas child care providers cultivate safe, nurturing inclusive cultural and linguistically responsive environments that honor the identities, strengths, and lived experience of children and families. And whereas the child care workforce is diverse and disproportionately composed of women, immigrants, and people of color, whose labor has historically been undervalued despite its essential role in promoting equitable outcomes for children and families. And whereas advancing equity in early child care and education requires acknowledging the obstacles many child care providers face, such as economic pressures, workforce challenges, and barriers to accessing resources and support. And whereas Napa County recognizes child care providers as an essential workforce critical to a strong local economy and ensuring access to high-quality care for families, and joins families, organizations, and communities nationwide in honoring family child care providers, teachers, and early educators for their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to enriching early childhood experiences. And whereas members of Napa County community are encouraged to acknowledge and celebrate child care providers for their indispensable role in advancing opportunity, well-being, and a strong future for our children and community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 5th day of May 2026, does hereby recognize May 8th, 2026 as a Provider Appreciation Day in Napa County. We call upon all residents to recognize, honor, and support child care providers for their contributions. And Erica, would you like to say something as I present this to you? And anybody else, you're welcome to say something too. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Erica Levensky. I'm the Executive Director of CRC. On behalf of CRC and the many childcare providers we serve, thank you for this proclamation and for the leadership you show by recognizing Provider Appreciation Day. Today, we are proud to join Napa County in honoring the extraordinary childcare providers whose dedication makes it possible for our children, families, and communities to thrive. We're especially grateful to this board, who has consistently championed childcare as an essential service and has demonstrated support for childcare, who make our system work. At CRC, we work with childcare providers every day, and our county is home to 150 licensed childcare sites, offering more than 3,200 licensed childcare slots. Behind these numbers, there are approximately 360 early care educators, including more than 260 in the private sector. They're small business owners, teachers, and caregivers, and they form the backbone of our childcare system. Thank you again to the Board of Supervisors for your leadership, your advocacy, and uplifting childcare providers today and throughout the year. On this Provider Appreciation Day, we encourage the community to take a moment to thank a childcare provider for shaping the future of our entire community. And we have a couple of childcare providers here who has graciously come to give you a little bit talk as well. I don't know what's going first. Jackie?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for recognizing our Provider Appreciation Day here in Napa. My name is Jackie Wisniewski, and I operate a large family daycare at my own home, Soaring Wings Infant Care and Preschool. I currently have 8 children enrolled. We are still trying to fill 4 spots out of 12. We provide a rich learning environment where children explore, create, learn, and grow. Our program blends Waldorf, Montessori, and Reggio Emilia approaches, creating a diverse and engaging experiential learning environment. I have been licensed childcare provider in Napa County since 2014. We were open during pandemic in full capacity to help essential workers. I currently have 2 teachers who has been with me for 3 years and is truly outstanding. Childcare is far than supervision. It is early learning, emotional support, and a stable, trusted environment for children and their families. As a mother myself, I know how vital it is to surround children with love, attention, and a safe, stimulating setting. I adore children, and I'm fiercely passionate about this work. Support from organizations like CRC has made a real difference for me over the years through quality training and professional development, guidance as my program has grown, and connection with other home-based providers. My primary concern for the future of our industry is that temporary hold harmless funding which protected providers from enrollment declines. It is set to expire on June 30, 2026, risking further closures. Expansion of free public TK has created competition for private providers, causing enrollment drops and instability for younger age care services. Childcare providers typically operate on the slimmest of profit margin. As a heavily regulated industry, childcare providers must meet a wide variety of requirements, such as staff to child ratio, fire safety code, and CPR requirements. And the facilities themselves must comply with state, local, and federal standards. This leaves little money for providers to increase staff wages, leading to high workforce turnover and shortages. There is a clear mismatch between the level of skill and training required to be a childcare worker and the compensation they receive. Childcare workers often possess specialized knowledge and skills critical to providing safe and quality care. Over 60% of home-based providers have more than 10 years of experience, and a third have achieved an early childhood-related degree. Despite playing an integral role in the education and development of young children, childcare workers remain some of the lowest paid workers in our economy. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors and to CRC for recognizing home-based childcare providers and the essential role we play in supporting families across our community. Have a good day.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today and for recognizing a Provider Appreciation Day. My name is Maria Perez, and I have a family child care program since 2021, running from my home. When CRC helped me to start my business back in 2021, when pandemic was still happening. Over the past 5 years, I have the honor of supporting 66 families and as a child care provider. What that number is meaningful, what matters the most is the trust and connection behind each one. I became a child care provider during the pandemic when the care options for my own child were very limited. What began as a necessity, it quickly grew into a purpose. By creating a safe, nurturing, and dependable environment, I have helped parents to go to work with the peace of mind, knowing that their children are truly seen, supported, and cared for. The stability strengthens not just the individual's families, but the entire community. My background in admin and hospitality shapes the way I approach my work. I bring organization, clear communication, and a warm, welcoming presence every interaction, whether I'm supporting a parent, caring for a child, or connecting with my fellow providers. CRC has been an important part of my journey, helping me to start my own business, offering training, business practices, and creating connections so providers don't feel isolated in this work. Like many providers, I also have concerns about the future with my daycare, including fair compensation, immigration challenges, maintaining a stable workforce, operating costs, increasing regulations, and access to affordable trainings and mental health. Continued support is essential so we can keep serving our communities. Caring for children has been more than a job for me. It's a purpose. Today I stand not only for myself, but in recognition of all early educators everywhere, and the lasting impact that we have in our children's and our communities. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors and also CRC for valuing the child care providers and recognizing the vital role we play in supporting our families and our local workforce. I also want to thank the families who trust us with their children every day and my fellow providers who show up with dedication, patience, and heart. It is an honor to be part of this community along all of you. Thank you. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to invite, are we?
Nope, we're good.
Yeah, I'd like to invite everyone to the wall for a photo.
My phone glasses right here.
All right, moving on with our morning, we are on item 5 on our calendar, which is consent items A through W. Do we have any board comments or items to pull from the consent calendar today? I am not seeing any. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment here in the room? If so, please approach the podium. About the consent calendar. Anything on the consent calendar specifically? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone on the phones? Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve consent calendar items A through W as amended? And please note that there was a correction memo on item 5V.
Second.
Okay, I have a move by Ramos and second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, we are now on item 6, which is public comment for any items not on the agenda today or in our closed session items today. So anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda or on closed session, please approach the podium now. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Michelle Benvenuto, Weingrowers of Napa County. I want to first thank the board for your thoughtful deliberation last week on the Arrow and Branch appeal. That hearing daylighted issues that deserve broader attention. Water Audit California is a for-profit corporation, not a nonprofit, not a charity. It's privately owned and funded through attorney fees and settlements it extracts from appeals it files. And while they routinely invoke transparency as justification for their actions, private settlements are part of their playbook. The Arrow and Branch terms were only disclosed because of the board asking for it. This is a troubling pattern. An appellant pays a $2,000 filing fee. The applicant, Napa County farmer, a winery owner, absorbs every cost that follows: legal defense, consultant fees, staff time, and carrying costs on a project that might sit in limbo for months or even years, regardless of whether the appeal has any merit. For Water Audit, prolonging the process costs nothing. For a family business that has already invested money and sometimes years in the permitting process, the additional costs are real and can destroy the viability of a project. This is not a level playing field and not consistent with the board's commitment to a regulatory environment that supports sustainable agriculture. So where do we go from here? The board already increased filing fees, and it had no discernible impact on the volume of appeals. So we believe there might be better tools, such as allowing prevailing parties to recover costs when an appeal lacks basis, requiring public disclosure of any financial component of a settlement, requiring an affirmative finding on the record when conditions of approval exceed Napa County's policies or standards, and giving the county a seat at the table in any settlement that creates obligations in its name. We will be following up in writing and look forward to a more transparent and tenable path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to make a public comment? Go ahead.
Hi, I only came regarding Lake Berryessa.
Can I get your name first, please?
Jim McNamara.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I
Okay.
talk about Lake Berryessa now?
We'll
or
be
no?
talking about that in item 11A.
Oh, okay.
So we will get to that today. If there's anything not on the agenda that anyone wishes to talk about, we're taking those comments now. So we'll, 11A, we're on item 6 now.
So I can't talk about it today?
Well, you can talk about it when we get to item 11A.
Oh, okay.
Which is that, that subject will come up and we will all
Okay,
discuss
I'm
it.
sorry.
But I appreciate your enthusiasm. And is there anyone else? Here, I'm not seeing anyone else in the room. Is there anyone else on the phones? No, no one on the phones. Okay, then we are going to move forward from item 6 to item 7, Board of Supervisors reports and announcements. And before we begin our board announcements, I would like to invite Treasurer Tax Collector Bob Minahan to provide a brief update on the recent property tax fraud incidents and any guidance that he has for taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Minahan. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Manfred and members of the board. Yes, I'm here to give an update on kind of the fraud network that has been targeting Napa County taxpayers for the last couple of months, specifically with the second installment of property taxes. To date, we are aware of about $1.5 million worth of taxpayers' checks that have been stolen, washed, and fraudulently presented for deposit. Most of the checks are very large dollar amounts, ranging from $12,000 to $225,000. Additionally, we've observed an incredible increase in the number of checks that are quote-unquote considered lost in the mail. Typically, in an installment period, we're looking at numbers of about 10, maybe 10 to 20. And so far this year, for the April 10th due date, we've seen between 200 and 300 checks that have been quote-unquote lost in the mail. We anticipate these checks have been stolen and disposed of as opposed to being presented. Our top priority has been assisting our taxpayers. We've worked closely with financial institutions to ensure reimbursements for those impacted by this fraud network. With a huge assist from the notary division of our CEO and our clerk of the board, we've been working with each financial institution to ensure reimbursement. To date, we have only one financial institution in the county that has reneged on reimbursing the taxpayer, and that is Chase. JP Morgan Chase has one taxpayer that they're refusing to reimburse. The issue that we have is some financial institutions have a time period where they won't honor a fraudulent check report, but that does not work for property taxes. Most taxpayers have no idea whether their tax payment has been stolen until they receive a delinquent reminder. So in the case of our taxpayer with Chase, they paid their taxes early, making payment in January. Their check cleared the bank. They had no indication that it had been stolen. And not until we issued their delinquent reminder a couple of days after the due date did they realize there was a problem. And only upon getting down and visually inspecting a canceled check electronically did they realize what had happened. Given the circumstances, I've authorized relaxing the standard documentational requirements for penalty waivers for taxpayers whose checks have been either stolen or lost in the mail. We've waived the 10% late payment penalty and any associated fees. While this approach may have extended relief to a small number of ineligible cases, it allowed us to respond efficiently and reduce the amount of stress that has been placed on these taxpayers. The investigation part of this network remains active. With help of local, state, and federal agencies, we're receiving strong support from Napa County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the United States Postal Inspectors. We've identified kind of where this is taking place, and it is taking place somewhere between the Oakland Postal Service Facility Processing Center and my office. We have one suspect of the network in custody in Phoenix, but there are plenty more out there, and we will continue to do the work to try and catch them. In response to this fraud network, we're making some changes, moving to the future that'll make it harder for fraudsters to identify tax payments. We will be discontinuing the use of green envelopes. All counties in the state use colored envelopes for remittance envelopes. Based on this experience, we think that we've made it way too easy to identify envelopes that have checks in them. We will be replacing those with just generic white envelopes. And then additionally, we're finalizing a contract with a new enhanced electronic payment processing system that will allow taxpayers to not only make payments easier online electronically, but it'll also allow them to receive tax bills electronically, as well as reminders of when due dates are moving forward. And we hope to have that in place by July. And so I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Belia, go ahead. Supervisor Ramos, when you're ready.
Thank you so much. And first, I would just want to acknowledge the efforts on your behalf and the Sheriff's Department in being able to help our residents who are navigating this horrific fraud. I do want to ask if you could tell us a little bit about how you are doing the outreach efforts following these default notices. I will share with you, I was at the Commission on Aging last week. One of our commission members, check lost, and found the forms kind of cumbersome, and also found out about it in a circuitous sort of way. So I'm wondering, could you touch a little bit about the outreach efforts and how we're going to go ahead and reach everyone? Because I can imagine that our default notices are through the roof as compared to prior years.
Yeah, great point. We've issued 2 press releases out to warn everybody about what's going on. Typically when somebody receives a late, we don't know who this is affected until they come to us, and that's kind of the hard part. We've asked people to make sure once they receive their late delinquent notices to come directly to our office or contact either my staff or myself directly so that we can deal with it. Typically when somebody has quote unquote a lost check issue that results in a delinquent payment, we ask for an affidavit to be signed, as well as additional documentation showing us, one, that they had enough money in the bank to cover the check at the time, and that 3 checks on either side of that check have been presented in a timely basis and cleared. We've taken care of all of that and relieved that. The only thing we ask for taxpayers to do, which we do with all delinquent penalty requests, is to fill out a request form that says, hey, look, our check was lost. That's all we're asking for at this point in time.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I know certainly we have gone ahead and published the information, and if there's any way in which we can support the additional outreach, and I think it would be helpful to hear from your office 30 days from now how our defaults are tracking as compared to prior years, so that we can kind of narrow that scope and see what we need to do to help this along.
Yeah, the hard part about this really is we don't know until our taxpayers notify us. And so I guess the good trend is the number of instances that are being brought to our attention is rapidly declining. The first week was, chaos. But now you're in the single digits of people that are coming forward. Doesn't necessarily mean that the numbers, the dollar amounts are small. I think last week we had, a handful, less than 10 people come forward, but the dollar value is still $250,000. And so we're still seeing those transactions coming forth. It's just the sheer volume has decreased dramatically.
Thank you. And then my follow-up question to that, and maybe this is for a later amount, cash on hand and how it affects investments and interests and the money that is not deposited in the Treasury right now. As we know, we get 2 paychecks a year. And so I think having that information so that we can understand that and if it's going to have any significant impact on our budget would be helpful.
Any impact it will have will be negligible for a couple of reasons. One, as we've said, most of these taxpayers have been reimbursed and are making payment. And so really the outstanding balance related to this specific issue when it comes to property tax is relatively small. Second piece is we're a Teeter County. And so effectively the Treasury makes all of affected taxing agencies whole when it comes to delinquent property taxes. So from a budgetary standpoint, leaning into next year, zero impact whatsoever. From a Treasury standpoint, we're missing an opportunity to invest currently. Rates are kind of going up currently, so it'd be nice to be able to stick that money into and put it to work on a long-term basis. But the real impact will be negligible.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And go ahead. Yeah, Supervisor Gallagher.
Thanks so much, Treasurer Minahan. And I was just thinking that perhaps as a prevention measure, it would be good to help people to learn how to do the online payment. So we do have a lot of contracts with community-based organizations, and perhaps we can bring people together to train them so that they can help their clients actually make those payments online. A lot of people go into homes and are, work very closely with their clients, and so maybe they can, kind of wrap that into some of the work they're doing directly with people to sort of move our community in the direction of trusting the online payment system and learning how to use it and feel confident with it.
100%. One of the things that we're working on in the new contract is an extended marketing campaign, not only from the county side, but also from our third-party contractor side. They're going to help with the marketing of the outfit. And so that'll be, I don't know that they've considered something like that, but I definitely would be open to it.
Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you so much for this update. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this and echo the comments of my colleagues. So
thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank
you, Treasurer Tax Collector Minahan. And I will go ahead and move us forward in this item to board announcements. Who would anyone like to do an announcement this morning? Okay, I see Supervisor Ramos first, and then after that, Vice Chair Alessio.
Thank you. All I want to first just thank you to the Honor Guard for joining us. We had this opportunity a few years ago, and it's always a great reminder for us to showcase the work that they do in representing the county and some very unfortunate events, but making our county proud and being able to honor those fallen officers. The one thing I just wanted to, 2 things I just wanted to add. I haven't had any meetings to report out, but there is a Coombsville Wild Horse Valley Fire Safe Council meeting at the Grange on Thursday at 5 p.m. And Supervisor Manfrey and myself will be there on that day. And also there is the Accessory Dwelling Unit Forgivable Loan Program event at American Canyon City Hall on May 13th. And so just as a reminder, the county does provide forgivable loans for the creation of accessory dwelling units, junior dwelling units. It's a great opportunity for those that have a home that's not fully utilized or that your footprint is just a little too big. I will be there because I'm one of those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Alessio.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to, on Sunday morning, I attended the Mount Veeder Fire Council, and it was their 25th anniversary. They're the oldest fire council of the 25 fire councils here in Napa County. It was a pancake breakfast. It was a great celebration. It was great education. All our fire agencies were there to provide information, updates for these property owners, and Napa Firewise was also there. So I want to thank everybody for that and congratulate them for their 25th anniversary. Also, Napa Open Space District is celebrating their 20th anniversary. So I want to recognize them. They had a small event that was also very well attended. This Friday, the Napa Valley Grape Growers is going to be recognizing the Grower of the Year, which is a childhood friend of mine, Jim Ragushi with Ragushi Winery. So I want to congratulate Jim Ragushi, his wife Laura, and they have a big team, family effort there. Everybody's really dedicated to really practicing best practices and being an example, and a lot of give back to the community. And then on Saturday, for all those historians like me that love the history, and we heard a little bit about today as we did a proclamation, the Napa County Historical Society is having their annual meeting this Saturday. All are welcome at 11 a.m. It's going to be at the American Legion Hall from 11 to 1. This year, there'll be a special panel talking about industries of Napa history, and that includes immigrant communities, the 19th century who drove the success and excellence of Napa Valley to present day. It should be a very interesting panel discussion if you enjoy history as much as I do. I do have a referral, and this stems from our last meeting, and our CEO, who's not here today, knows about this, and also stems from public comment today. I think it's important that we continue transparency when it comes to appeals on winery applications or development applications by water audit. As I expressed last week, I'm seeing a pattern, and it's an alarming pattern, and I don't think we should just brush by it. I think that we need to continue to understand it deeper and provide that transparency back to the community and to this board. So if we can go ahead and move forward with that referral in regards to water audit, including the number of appeals, the merit of appeals, and the financial payout gains to water audit, I think that would be a fair transparency back to this, back to the public and to this board.
Chair Manfrey, if I may, a friendly amendment, I'd recommend we look at all appeals over this time period, and we'll bring back all of that information.
Perfect. Better. Thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher? Oh, wait. Yes, we're on Supervisor Gallagher. Go ahead.
Thank you. I did have a meeting, one meeting after our last meeting at the Air District. We did our budget hearing, the first budget hearing for next year. Tomorrow, the Air District will be meeting. We will be hearing about flexibility amendments to Rule 9.6. And so I will bring you back additional information after that meeting to give you an update on where we are with those rules. Also wanted to mention, just for everyone's information, that as you probably know, the Valero refinery is closing, and there has been some talk of it being a marine terminal to store gas. So that's kind of interesting, and we'll be following along to see what happens there. And then I did want to say that we had a great Carneros Fire Safe Council meeting last week. That's moving along well, and please, if you are in the Carneros area, please let us know so that you can be part of that group and discussion and help us create that plan for Carneros. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. So I'll just say that the Coombsville Fire Safe Council meeting is coming up at 5 p.m. on May 7th at the Grange on Hagen. If you're in the Coombsville Fire Safe Council area, please join us there for information and to connect with your neighbors and to be sure that you are as fire safe as possible. And we also have the Berryessa Highlands Community Picnic coming up on Saturday, the 16th of May from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Capel Valley Fire Station off of the highway just north of Moscowite Corner. So I'm looking forward to both of those events in District 4. And I would like a little bit of clarification from council on just the nature of the appeals process and people's right to make an appeal, if you don't mind.
Could you clarify your question?
Well, we've had a referral to evaluate the appeals, and I don't know, going back over what amount of time, or what might be included in that. But it's my understanding that it's a part of our process. It's long been a part of our process, and that it is a quite transparent process overall, with all action taking place at public hearings, and it being an important part of the civic process of planning and decision making. And so, I don't think that appeals themselves are any kind of problem. It is simply part of the process. And it does occur to me that if people proposing projects wish to avoid appeals, the burden of diligence is on them to make sure they're checking all the boxes. And so, I just want to kind of follow on with that. So, maybe I provided my own clarification there. I don't know, but if you have anything to add on, it's welcome.
Well, you might ask for a vote on the referral. That is an option of the board. And the other alternative to on a referral is the CEO's office, working with planning, could bring back kind of the framework of what they want to look at, and then the board can react to that and help shape it before the actual information comes back. So if there's some concern about exactly what's coming back, that's probably my recommendation to the board. Ask for a motion and then take it in 2 steps.
Okay. Yeah, and as somebody who has followed land use planning pretty closely in the county for many years, I feel like I do have a good sense of what that process is like. I understand not everybody may, but it has been, in my experience, a very transparent process. So I want to protect staff time, of course, and I also just want to just say that, it has been a really open process, and I'm not sure where that, Supervisor
Chair,
Thomas?
thank you. If I can make a suggestion in this so that we're not having conversation here, because I think the scope of this is changing. We did have a prior referral last week in regards to the industry letter that was made. I think if we add on to that referral and have it come back more as a workshop item to go over the recent changes back 3 years that we made to the appeal process, including the preliminary hearing, so that we can track the changes of those processes. And then that could give us the opportunity then to help shape the direction of where we want to add that. But I think all of this together, and I do believe it's not just in regards to the appeals that were addressed in the industry letter, but to all appeals that are coming before the board, and for us to use it more as a study session as to where it has gone. And it also gives us an opportunity to hear from the planning director in regards to potential changes, in regards to the scope of the zoning administrator and how we may want to utilize a zoning administrator to handle some of those issues that are far more administrative that somehow seem to still be coming up to this board.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm seeing agreement over here, and okay, so I'm seeing unanimous agreement among my colleagues. Is that enough clarification?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. We will go ahead and move on to, where are we at, 10:07? We will go ahead and move on to item 9A. We don't have anything in item 8, items pulled from consent, because there was nothing pulled from consent. So item 9A, administrative items, receive a presentation on wildfire preparedness from the Napa County Fire Department and a report from the County Coordinator on Fire Safe Councils. I would like to welcome Matt Ryan, Fire Chief, J.R. Rogers, and there are quite a few of our fire representatives here today, and I'm so happy to see all of you. Yes, go ahead when you're ready. Oh.
That'll be for Eric.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today to highlight the Wildfire Prevention Month and the preparedness of your fire department. First, I'd like to begin with a 2026 fire year outlook. The 2026 fire year is starting early and signaling to be an above average fire danger. Due to the early heat waves, our growing season started early. This will result in our grass, shrub, and brush drying earlier than typically expected. The fire season is expected to be influenced by a strong El Nino presence, which will be connected to well above average temperatures and higher than average thunderstorm activity, with a higher potential for dry lightning events. As of April 2026, the fire season outlooks look similar to the 2015 fire season. The largest variable to this outlook is the expected moisture, is if it's going to come as wetting rain or short rain events with thunderstorms. So the preparedness of the Napa County Fire Department. Our posture remains strong here in Napa County, and we are well prepared for this upcoming fire season. The strengths of our Napa County volunteers remain strong at 150, and in 2 weeks, on May 17th, we'll be graduating 15 new volunteers to our ranks. For apparatus that's coming in this year to support fire season is that we have 3 new Type 6s coming online. These Type 6s are compact, highly maneuverable units designed for wildland initial attack. We also have 1 additional water tender coming this year, which will expand our fleet to 8 total water tenders within Napa County to support water delivery for those wildland incidents. And we also took possession of 2 Type 1 engines, which is for our structural response and structural defense. Our volunteers have just completed their annual RT-130 annual wildland fire safety refresher. This reinforced fire behavior, risk management, and firefighter safety. This is also mandatory for our volunteers to require this training to go out on wildland incidents this summer. We continue to collaborate with our Napa County Sheriff's Office for response criteria alignment, evacuation, and repopulation planning, and we are committed to unified command during incidents requiring evacuation warnings and orders. On the CAL FIRE front, Sonoma Lake Napa unit, our peak staffing we are currently at peak staffing through a new peak staffing period of March through December. We currently have 31 engines staffed, 8 here in Napa County, 6 bulldozers staffed, and 9 hand crews, 8 CDCR hand crews, and 1 firefighter hand crew out of Sonoma County. Our aviation resources are strong. Sonoma Air Attack Base currently has 2 S-2 tankers and the OV-10 air attack platform, which just came online this week. Boggs Mountain Heliattack Base is staffed with our S-70I Firehawk and Heliattack crew, and also has night flying capabilities. To include in the CAL FIRE aviation fleet this year, we've introduced the 3rd C-130 air tanker, which carries 4,000 gallons of retardant, with the 4th air tanker to come online sometime this summer. Much like last year, we are continuing with our exclusive use helicopters. We'll have a CH-47 Chinook here at the Napa County Airport, capable of 2,300 gallons of water delivery, and also is night flying capable, which will protect our homes here in the Napa Valley. We have 2 Blackhawks on contract through exclusive use. 1 Blackhawk will be stationed out of Sonoma Air Attack Base in Sonoma County, and 1 through our Marin County partners out at Noss Field, each carrying 1,000 gallons of water delivery. CAL FIRE is currently undergoing the most significant transformation in its history. We are transitioning to a traditional staffing model, which each engine will have now a fire captain, engineer, and firefighter on it, which is different from years past. We are expanding our permanent year-round staffing through legislator support. Within the Sonoma Lake Napa, we'll have 10 permanent engine staff this winter, 3 here in Napa County, to support fuel reduction projects and prescribed burning year-round. To support those efforts, CAL FIRE Sonoma Lake Napa has established a new position, a Deputy Chief of Community Risk Reduction, and we've been successful in that hiring with our very own Napa County resident, Chief Ryan Isham, who's behind me. This new position will focus on advancing wildfire resilience, fuels management, and community protection, and also leveraging technologies. As of last week's presentation, we continue to advance our tablet command system, which provides real-time situational awareness, resource tracking, and shared operational pictures to all of our company officers and resources responding to those incidents. It's enabling faster, safer, and more coordinated incident decision-making. We've been working with Alert California to establish a new camera system up on Atlas Peak in the Foss Valley area to really, we identified some gaps of our camera systems and saw that Foss Valley Soda Canyon drainage needed a camera, and we're working to get that camera installed in here in the near future. Community preparedness is always a priority for us in Napa County. We want to just communicate this to all of our community members today. It's a critical component of wildfire resiliencies. So, you know, for our community members and our property owners, home hardening is the first line of defense. Creating a good defensible space around your infrastructure and homes is only going to protect you and your neighbors. Please sign up for Alert Napa County to get all those emergency notifications. Also, know your zone through the Genesis Protect app, also provided by our Napa County Sheriff's Office. And please follow us at CAL FIRE LNU and visit Ready for Wildfire for all your preparedness resources. In closing, maintaining a fire-resilient Napa County requires a shared responsibility. With strong partnerships, enhanced resources, and informed communities, we are positioned to meet those challenges this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome.
All right. Good morning. My name is Eric Hernandez. Thank you, Chair Manfrey, Board of Supervisors, for the opportunity. I'm speaking during Wildfire Awareness Month here in Napa County. As Chief Ryan just mentioned, our crews, and including our career and volunteer firefighters, are ready to respond to any type of emergency. And as an all-risk fire department, one of the emphasis that we focus here in Napa County is on preparedness. That's where we work closely as part of the Fire Marshal's Office. As your Deputy Fire Marshal that oversees the Vegetation Management Program, I'm here to provide to you some return on investments from you as Board of Supervisors. I was hired in 2019 to conduct defensible space inspections and to strengthen our program. Turning point in my career was in 2020 when the glass fire destroyed many homes of people that I considered neighbors. I actually lived in Deer Park when I came to Napa Valley from Los Angeles. The fire hit right at home. Following the fire, Chief Greenberg, our Fire Marshal Jason Downs, our Deputy Chief Ryan Isham, and myself, we went back and we started putting our heads together on what we can do to elevate our preparedness throughout the county. And so, I want to share with you some numbers of some of the progress we've made since 2019. In 2019, we conducted 500 inspections. In 2020, we did 900. 2021, 1,923. 2022, we did 2,354. And in 2023, we conducted 2,522. One of your investments was to add the addition of one defensible space inspector to assist me in conducting those inspections. In 2024, we added 4 defensible space inspectors, and we upped our numbers to 4,529. And thanks to your direction, investment, and trust, in 2025, our meaningful work consisted of 5,409 defensible space inspections. This was, thanks to your investment, we were able to hire 6 defensible space inspectors. And what that work consisted of wasn't just inspecting homes. We worked one-on-one with residents to reduce vegetation and improve home safety. We helped build awareness and shared responsibility at the neighborhood level. We continued our Defensible Space Compliance Certificate program. So just to help out with that, these certificates are meant to assist property owners with their insurance needs. We know that's a big issue now throughout the entire state of California. And I proudly say that we are the first county in the state of California to implement a certificate program. This is a reward to those property owners that take prevention serious, but more importantly, understand the need for defensible space. We also continued with our very popular consultation program. What this consultation program is those property owners that have met their defensible space requirements, but they want to do additional work or need additional guidance on what to do. So they can contact us. We come out and we do a one-on-one session with them, whether it's a 1 acre property or 5,000 acre property. We're there meeting one-on-one. We have had numerous fire departments reach out to us to come to Napa County to learn about our programs, such as Madera, Mariposa, Solano, Lake County, Contra Costa, San Luis Obispo, and Napa City. Today, I would like to introduce to you our 2026 Defensible Space Team. Please step forward. That effective tomorrow, they will be knocking on doors and working within our community. Our team of educators, to my knowledge, are the only team in the county that are going throughout the communities, knocking on door to door and working with our community members, our stakeholders, and our partners. Our mission is education. We are here to work with our community members and any preparedness and home hardening needs. Every visit is an opportunity to answer questions, provide guidance, and help residents take practical steps to protect their homes and their neighbors. When I spoke to my team last week about the 5,409 inspections we performed last year, they told me that they are committed to increasing that number, but more importantly, increasing the level of service. We're not here just to look at numbers. We're here to provide a service. And as a government entity, that's what we are here for. We have a responsibility to provide the highest level of service to our community members. I want to thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your continued support, for your investment, and then also for Napa County Community Firewise Foundation and to our Fire Marshal and to our chiefs for the continued support and investment in our county. Thank you.
Good morning, J.R. Rogers, Fire Administrator. Last week during our annual report, we got to spend a lot of time talking about a lot of the great work we're doing, and specifically in my area, some of the fuels reduction work. And as we mentioned, our partnership with the Napa Communities Firewise Foundation, who I'll invite up to the table, doing a lot of great work for us in the fuels reduction world, which is most visible to everybody, doing a lot of roadside clearing and things of that nature. But one arm that we don't maybe necessarily hear or understand about all the time is that of wildfire preparedness. And one of the things that NCFF does for us, obviously working with our fire safe councils, a lot of great public messaging, but also helps us with a partnership with the California Fire Safe Council in utilizing a California County Coordinator grant. And as a part of that, every year they come to the board to provide a presentation on what they've done for that particular position. And Lori Klipp from NCFF, she's the Director of Wildfire Preparedness, is going to give us that report.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here today. Lori Klipp, Director of Wildfire Preparedness, as J.R. Rogers said, Napa Firewise plays a pivotal role as the county's dedicated wildfire resilience organization. It acts as a community connector by uniting fire safe councils that we've heard about today with local agencies and funders to come together as a cohesive network. And the foundation leverages investments by the county to attract additional grants, which I'm going to talk about today, and together with volunteer efforts, amplify the impact of every dollar spent. Our focus is continually on how do we maximize and minimize duplication. So for every dollar, how can we stretch it? How can we think more about what we can accomplish? The Wildfire Preparedness Group is a mighty group of two. We have our county coordinator, Sherry Gardner, and myself. But we really are impacted and make an impact in the county through our fire safe councils, which cannot be stated enough, the importance of their role in the county on wildfire preparedness. And people often think of Napa Firewise for the projects in partnership with the county on wildfire resilience, on the strategy and the fuels reduction, the vegetation management. But along with land stewardship, community engagement is critically important. Just like vegetation grows back, complacency can take root. And so that's really our focus. Prepared communities with Napa Firewise, where, as we mentioned, the community connector, those investments are so incredibly important and so rooted in Napa's landscape. So when we think about Napa Firewise, when we're talking about resiliency, we think about the communities, we think about the natural landscape and the ecological value of Napa, we think about the agriculture. All of those things together are what we're thinking of when we're talking about resilience, not just to maintain fire breaks, but to think about the overall county, the reason that people want to live here, the reason that people worldwide want to visit. All of that is tied together in creating, and stewardship for the lands. So specifically, as Fire Administrator Rogers said, one of the things that we are tasked with doing each year is to provide you with an overview on one of the grants that we have called the California Fire Safe Council Wildfire County Coordinator Grant. It's more fun to call it the COCO, which is what we do. The COCO grant is really important because I mentioned earlier, we take county dollars, investments, and then we use other grants and we multiply that together to really make a difference. And the county coordinator grant and the county coordinator role is critical in advancing our wildfire resilience initiatives. So it's a funded program, about $150,000 per county. 48 of the 58 counties in California participate in this. Why that's important is this is a CAL FIRE funded grant with the idea that we're raising up all of the counties to a level. So everyone together, and not everyone has a Napa County Board of Supervisors and Napa County CAL FIRE support. And so we are very fortunate here, but the idea of the county coordinator grant is to bring everyone up to that level. And one of the things that's important with this coordinator grant, and one of the reasons that word coordinator is in the title, is it's expected that we are coordinating with our partners here at the Board of Supervisors, with CAL FIRE, that we have as many conversations as we can with our fire marshal, with the fire administrator, and with all of our battalion chiefs. In addition, there's an expectation that we're partnering across the county. So Sherry Gardner, our county coordinator, works regularly with YOLO, with Solano, with Sonoma, with Colusa, having those conversations, again, maximizing the understanding of what can we leverage, what can we repurpose, and minimizing duplication of efforts. So we have very specific coordinator deliverables for this grant. And we do not have, as a grant-funded organization, we do not have a check-the-box mentality about grants. When we get a deliverable, again, we look at it and we determine how can we maximize the impact for this county. So for example, we were to attend a defensible space assessor training. The idea being is that we'll send our county coordinator to Sacramento to learn about defensible space training so that she can go out into the community with people who might be a little nervous and educate them about their property. Instead, what we did is we offered to host that training. We brought in county coordinators from multiple counties that surround us. We brought in members of their fire safe councils from nearby counties and our own fire safe councils, members of other agencies. We trained them all to have that impact more broadly. That's the way we try and look at everything we deliver on for this grant. And one of the items that we mentioned was presenting to the Board of Supervisors at this meeting. I really appreciate this opportunity, but what I can say to you is much of what I'm telling you today, you already know about. And again, that's not the standard for other counties. You are at our Fire Safe Council meetings. You are attending, you are listening, and you are amplifying their voices by talking about it at your meetings. And so we are eternally thankful for that and know that this partnership with the fire, with the Board of Supervisors is what's making Napa County stand above many of the others and the reason I get phone calls to talk about the programs that we have. So what does it mean for Napa County specifically? Along with the required deliverables, we also have a number of specific deliverables that we get to sort of choose, like what's the menu of how can we make this the most impactful? And really our focus is on servicing our 25 fire safe councils. We provide core services as an organization, so they don't have to act as individual 5013Cs. We are that umbrella, so providing them financial management services, marketing and communications, helping them with speakers, helping them through county funds to get their CWPP and become a Firewise. But where the county coordinator comes in is once we have that great certificate that, yay, you're an NFPA Firewise community, there's an annual renewal every year. And this being, Napa County Fire Safe Councils, they're all overachievers. So instead of, the minimum 10 items, we have 31 deliverables on each of our 21 Fire Safe Councils to be able to, annual up our Firewise, which is what makes us a more resilient county, that level of engagement. So what this means for Napa is coordinating across the county, across other counties, working across our fire safe councils who partner together. We engage in new communities. We were up in Berryessa, Knoxville. We were down in Carneros. We've just been speaking with American Canyon, and hot off the press, we have a fire safe council lead willing to take that on down there. We are having conversations in the next couple weeks with some folks in Napa City. Our goal is to cover the entire county with fire safe councils. And I can tell you, we have 20. We're divided into 30. That predates me. The whole county was divided into 30 fire safe councils. And we try to flip each of those fire safe councils into also becoming a Firewise community. That allows them, among other things, a potential discount on insurance. And I was just at a Marin wildfire meeting, because as I said, we talk with all of our neighbors, and they were talking about the fact that they have 91 Firewise communities. And I was very impressed by the number, but it's what I would call a pepper program. They're peppered throughout. And when I was recently in Carneros, talking with the Carneros team about their fire safe council, and we were looking at the border for projects, and we were looking in Sonoma County, and well, this group is covered by a fire safe council, and this group isn't, so who do we work with? In Napa County, no one will ever be left behind. We will have empowered fire safe councils across the entire county. Our goal is to have everybody covered by that Firewise designation. And what that does is not only does it signal to everyone in the county that, you know, they're covered and there's someone they can speak to locally, but to insurers and others, they're going to look at us as a county and see the impact and to see the dedication that the community members have. Because again, fire safe councils are community driven. Our history of our fire safe councils is also very impressive. Remember, these are volunteer-led organizations. These are working parents. These are people who are traveling for work, who own their own businesses, who have failed at retirement. You know, all of these folks, you know, are really engaged. And so we go back to Mount Veeder, which was mentioned by Supervisor Alessio earlier, and full 25 years. The pancake breakfast this weekend was amazing. I've had a chance to speak with the founder of the Fire Safe Council, Bill Robertson, and he was telling me that he's retired CAL FIRE, and he went to a meeting back in 2020 down in Southern California, hosted by the founder of the California Fire Safe Council, so coming full circle. And while he was there, he was so inspired by the idea of what the community could do. And I think the quote he shared with me, if I have it, was that the fire threat is not a fire department problem. It is not a government problem. It is a community problem. And I think you see here in Napa that all of these elements have come together, but our fire safe councils are so critical in underscoring that. They are the engaged owners, if you will, of each of their community, planning events, talking to their community, engaging with their board of supervisors, raising issues, and talking with Napa Fire. And so if you look at the history, you can see we've made great progress in covering the entire county with fire safe councils. And just some of the things they engage in, I think you already know. Again, this is that partnership with Napa County. Napa County pays for CWPP's, Community Wildfire Protection Plans, at the fire safe county level. What this means is when we redo the Napa County level Community Wildfire Protection Plan, we're already going to spoken with a lot of areas across the county and have those projects roll up. We'll continue to do more outreach, but it gives us a great starting point that other counties don't have. I know Marin was struggling a lot more because they had to go out and do a lot more research for a lot more period of time. We already have engaged communities who've already identified their landscape, working with Napa Fire, CAL FIRE to say what is the work that we should invest in. They also work on outreach and education. They are out there in their communities. They are hosting picnics and pancake breakfasts and cleanup days and defensible home tours. They're engaging with new residents, which we cannot underscore the importance when it comes to people moving in for a reason, for this beautiful landscape, for this incredible place, not maybe fully understanding the other aspect of being a resident here, and that's the vigilance and the continued engagement on keeping their property safe. So what does all this mean? The engagement in the community, fire safe councils, boots on the ground, getting this work done. You see it, and what I would like to comment on every single one of these events, whether it was the Pope Valley Community Meeting or kicking off Knoxville's FSC or Diamond Mountain year after year having a community event. At every one of these events, you can't see in the picture, but either one of the members of the Board of Supervisors was there, Deputy Fire Marshal Eric Hernandez is almost always there. We have, Fire Administrator J.R. Rogers is there. battalion chiefs, groups. We had all of Yountville it's just amazing the partnership and the collaboration and the support that these fire safe councils feel, and in turn, it empowers them to do the work we need to do. And this is what it looks like. At the end of the day, preparedness, not just from the vegetation management, but also from the support of our community that makes a difference in driving resilience work. And we've seen that across these recent fire history. But again, vegetation grows back, complacency can take root. And having our fire safe councils acting on behalf of all of us across the county with support from Napa Firewise and this county coordinator grant, specifically a county coordinator whose role is dedicated to supporting these fire safe councils and helping them engage with their communities, is really what's setting us apart, and I think is really working with us. I foresee in the near future that we will be covered by fire safe councils across the county, and we will have Firewise across the county. But more important than that, we have continually engaged communities who are willing to continue, regardless of the fire history of that year, to battle complacency in their area. And with that, I would just like to take a moment and say that all of our fire safe councils are making a difference every day. But I don't think we would really be here and this far along if Mr. Robertson hadn't gone to that conference in Southern California and he hadn't heard that message and he hadn't decided to come back and make a difference. And so with that, I would like to take a moment to just not just congratulate them on longevity, but on the impact that they've had every year over the 25 years of engaging with their community, of helping neighbors in need to get the work done, and acting as a voice that then turned into from 1 to 5 to 10 to 25 fire safe councils. So with that, I would like to hand it over to J.R. Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, for that. And I'd like to invite Chief Ryan and actually that founder, Bill Robertson, up to receive the certificate that you saw in front of you in honor of celebration of 25 years of dedication to the safety and resilience of our community. And thank you so much to Bill, and I see some of his compatriots as well that have really helped us, and just really thank you for their support. I'd like to give them a round of applause. So thank you for your time, for allowing us to present the message of wildfire preparedness as we head into peak fire season. Thank you to the fire department, to the fire marshal's office, and to NCFF for their time, and appreciate this opportunity. Thank you all so much.
Wonderful. Thank you for those thoughtful and informative presentations. I would like to take any public comment in the room. Is there anyone in the room wishing to comment on the presentation we just received? Welcome. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Yvonne Baginski, and I am, this is just off the top of my head after listening to the presentation. I am going to ask whether or not members of the public, as well as members of environmental groups, are also welcome to join these fire safe councils. I'm very concerned about some of the terms that were used. Vegetation removal is habitat destruction for wildlife. Vegetation removal done indiscriminately can cause a lot of destruction, and I'd like to have the environmental community more involved in some of these fire safe councils and their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak? I am not seeing anyone. Is there anyone on the phones? No? Okay. Then I will go ahead and ask if there are any board members who wish to comment on this agenda item. The Supervisor Ramos, go ahead.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the presentation and for really highlighting the work that's begun 25 years ago in Mount Veeder and has been really a culture shift here in Napa County. And those of us who were here on the county side of things in 2017 know what a different place we are in. And it is because of this collective effort and the tremendous investments that this county has made. And so I think one of the things that that is important is for us to be able to, I will say year over year, there have been incredible asks of this county, of this of predecessor boards and investments in wildfire mitigation and fuels reduction. And I think it's important to be able to showcase to the residents exactly what they are getting. And so in those places, if you are driving up along Deer Park and you go up along Howell Mountain, you definitely see the benefits of it. But I think it'd be really great for us to kind of have an overview of what's been done, what we have been invested in. And so I'm going to go ahead and ask by way of a referral that through our fire administrator that we have an audit done of the investments that Napa County has made. We do this every couple of years, and I don't know what the schedule is, so I'll leave that to our staff to be able, our chief budget officer to be able to work with the auditor controller. So I just wanted to give that by way of a referral. The next one, I'm going to ask Eric Hernandez to come up because you said some things that I liked. Don't be nervous. You said some things I liked.
I see the Post-its.
I know, they're good Post-its. They're good Post-its, okay?
All right.
Smile, smile. You talked about our defensible space certification programs and the investments and why we started this, right? By way of background for our colleagues, we had underwriters from the UK actually come out here through a presentation that was made through the Napa Valley Vintners, and they said that they wanted to see what was being done on the ground to be able to reassess the risk that appeared from an aerial standpoint. It appeared pervasive and indiscriminate in between properties. And so what we wanted to be able to show through the Defensible Space Program is that we are in fact making those investments. It's making a difference on those individual properties and on their neighbors. And so that's where the certification program came forward. And I will say, I think one of the things that is credit to our fire staff, we were the first county out of the 58 to have a CWPP. We were the first county out of the 58 to have a defensible space program. So I look forward to whatever you're going to come up with next, because it's going to be the first of the 58. But back to the defensible certification program, the purpose of this is to be able to maximize access to insurance. We understand the incredible pressures that the FAIR program is under. And so my question to you is, are we tracking the insurance? Are we tracking, once we give that certification over, are we following up with the residents to see, were you able to step out of FAIR and into the marketplace program? Were you able to receive, if not, were you able to at least receive a reduction in your cost premiums? So I'd love for you to share a little bit more about that.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Yes, so we actually just changed into a new software called Fireside, and one of the things that we're building into that software is the consultation program. So, just to take it a little bit step further, one of the things that we started doing this year is not only are we issuing a certificate, so if a property owner has questions or any concerns about insurance, part of our consultation, I personally come out. Now that I have six team members, I focus on individually meeting with these property owners, wineries, commercial, residential, industrial. And not only do I issue a compliance certificate, I also work with our fire chief councils, and I also provide in an email a copy if they belong to a fire-wise recognized community. I provide that certificate as well. But this is one of the things that we're doing new this year is I also provide a written letter by myself. So I highlight critical fire infrastructure. Do they have a water storage tank, a wet draft, any sort of hydrants? Have they gone above and beyond the minimum 100 feet of defensible space? Are they doing 200 feet? So I include all that information in the letter and into a packet, and I provide that to the property owner. And I ask them in return to follow up with me so that I could hear whether it's working or not. That way, we're making a better investment and some changes.
Thank you so much. And Administrator Rogers, do you have something to add?
If I may, I'll just make two notes and responses. The fire safe councils are open to the public and available for anybody to attend. All of our fuels projects are environmentally reviewed and CEQA compliant as far as what we do throughout this county. And so that's something that we work very closely with our partners to do. And secondly, as far as the reviews concerned, we'll take that and do that for you for this board. We completed one in the fall of 2023 when I first came on, was a part of completing that. and actually with the Auditor Controller's Office built monthly review processes for all of our outgoing funds and all of our projects as well. So happy to bring that back for you.
Thank you. You might want to stay there because you preempted my question, which was in regards to the CWBP does have a CEQA at a programmatic level, and if you could just share a little bit if there are where someone can access at the project level, where they can access any documents available about environmental review that's been done, please.
Sure. Napa Communities Firewise actually hosts for us kind of their project dashboard that shows all of the things that they're working on, both with our dollars, grant dollars they've received and maximized on our behalf. So that's a great place to go look at that dashboard if you haven't done that, to see what projects are going on, completing, and have been happening. As far as specific, detailed CEQA items, that can be requested through the office to see those items as well.
Thank you. And then on the mapping tool gives you an opportunity to be able to even snoop, is that the right word, on your neighbors and what work they have done. And so I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the benefits of utilizing the mapping tool, because I think one of the things that we have noticed over the years, it's not necessarily that people don't want to do the work. Maybe they don't feel like they have the ability or the wherewithal to do the work. And so neighbor encouragement is certainly a great way. I know that's worked incredibly well out in Berryessa Estates to have neighbor encouragement. So if you could talk a little bit about how you can use the mapping tool to kind of be a catalyst of changing your own community.
Yeah, neighbor helping neighbors is a big thing that both in disaster and obviously in fuels mitigation. So understanding where those projects are and bringing a lot of that information into that mapping tool, you can definitely look and see what projects are happening and what's going on. NCFF has done some great projects and currently have a grant working to be able to do defensible space cost share programs, to be able to leverage your funds, to be able to do work around your property, which I actually took part of as well for my space in Angwin. And really just to have that visibility, to your point, I think to see what exactly is going on. There's an enormous amount of work that's been going on, both from dollars that the county has given, from dollars that they have sourced, and obviously the resources that CAL FIRE brings to the table. I dare say no one can touch what we've done.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Alessio.
Thanks, Supervisor Ramos. Listening to you ask those questions, I have a flashback to 2017 when you were the board chair and our whole valley was on fire. It was a bowl of fire, and the communities and the residents who lived in the center of that fire were depending on our fire agencies, our heroes in this room and beyond, the community members who were there, the volunteer firefighters. It was all hands on deck. So thank you for your leadership on that. I always get choked up on that one, a lot of loss. And the loss isn't just, the homes and everything that was in those homes, but it's also the environment and all the wildlife that is lost in those horrendous firestorms at the same time. So as we work together with the community, it's all creatures, it's all of us, it's all the homes and the environment that we're protecting here. And I think, we often focus on homes, but we're also protecting our biodiversity here in the valley. And so that's critically important. So the, that prevention and intervention, that ongoing work is critical on all aspects. I just want to give Bill, another shout out. Bill and I went to school forever ago. We were just talking on Saturday, like, who would have thought? And so, Bill, thank you so much. I'm going to do something for you also on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for your for this 25th anniversary. Your leadership and foresight when really nobody else was. They're probably thinking, what? Why? And maybe that's not even necessary. And yet, you saw it. You saw the need ahead of many, many others. So thank you for standing strong and continuing that for 25 years. I do want to, commend just the ongoing work. It's one of probably the for me, relatively new to the sport, just over a year, and formerly from Napa City Council, I have a renewed or new appreciation, understanding of the work that we do for all communities in the incorporated and unincorporated areas in this county. And I think it's really important that we continue to do that work. The fire councils that connect into the cities, we know there's some really vulnerable areas that are within the city limits. We also have seen what's happened with, communities like Paradise and how close we are to have that happen to us. Even in the city of Napa, but certainly in Calistoga and Angwin and those more rural areas. But this is a real threat. I appreciate the heads up and the forecast in terms of this high risk fire season. On that, did you want to say something? No. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. On that, so I think that in terms of the continued, if I understood correctly, 30 Firewise councils, which is all volunteer based. Each of those members are leaders in each fire council that are there to protect their neighbors and this county-wide in partnership. And so does that also include fire councils within the different, city jurisdictions, cities and towns? Because I know like Alta Heights is very, there's a lot of concern in Alta Heights about the potential of fire encroaching very quickly there. Browns Valley is another area that I know within the city of Napa. North Napa, where I live, right next to Alston Park, I'm always kind of looking and concerned about if something was to happen there and how fast that could move, depending on the weather situation. But are the 30 fire councils, is that the optimum? So if we looked at a map and one day we did all these circles that covered different areas across the county, would 30 be enough? Or is there or is that too ambiguous to even? And again, it's not just quantity, it's the quality and the outcomes that are coming out of there that we're seeing.
Yeah, I'll invite Jordan Olinger to speak on that since he oversees the fire safe councils.
Hey there. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. So we, sometime back we developed a territorial map that contemplated 31 fire safe councils. Since then, we have firmly established 25, I believe. Part of that included us helping Napa City to develop their community wildfire protection plan, which contemplates them developing some number of fire safe councils.
Okay.
Could be one large city, could be two, could be more. Okay. So that 31 number is not an objectively, rigid number. It could change. And it's entirely possible that within some of our existing fire safe councils, in the future, we might decide, hey, we actually want to split this into 2 fire safe councils. So 31 sort of covers the entire valley, the entire county. It considers the valley floor too. Mm-hmm. But the 25 that are established, it's entirely possible that those could be adjusted in the future. We just recently, as part of starting the Carneros Fire Safe Council, decided to adjust the border and move the Mount Veeder Fire Safe Council border further, the southern border further north, and the Carneros Fire Safe Council northern border further north to Partridge Road. So, these things can adjust over time.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
It does, but now I'm confused. It answers what.
Yeah.
So are you saying that Partridge Road is now part of the Carneros, or are they still
It
part
is
of
this, yeah, so Partridge Road now is the southern boundary for the Mount Veeder Fire Safe Council,
okay.
and it's the northern boundary for the Carneros Fire Safe Council.
Okay.
It used to be that Mount Veeder went all the way down to Carneros Highway.
Oh, yeah.
And so as part of so we pursued a Firewise designation for Mount Veeder. And now in adjusting that border, we want to be sensitive because those residents that exist between Carneros Highway and Partridge, we don't want them to lose their Firewise designation. So anytime we adjust a border, we want to make sure that we sequence it so that anybody that's within the changed area doesn't lose their Firewise designation, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And honestly, it is knowing how this community works growing up here, how there's micro communities within every city.
Our smallest
jurisdiction.
fire safe council is Hagen Oaks.
Okay.
I mean, so we,
There
there
okay,
are fire safe councils that can be incredibly
Perfect.
small, and there can be ones that are
Okay,
larger.
because I could
too.
see Browns Valley with Partridge Road being another
Yeah,
fire
it's part
safe
of-
council, because it's not Carneros. I mean, in terms of how people look at this their
Well,
town,
part
this
of
area?
the city, yeah, when we worked with the city on their CWPP, we
Yeah.
contemplated a Napa City East and a Napa City West Fire Safe Council.
Okay.
But the city is going, they're about to ratify their CWPP, and then the city's going to make some decisions. We'll probably help them to make those decisions. They might split and they might do 3 fire safe councils or 5. There could be Alta Heights, and, you know, we're working with them on that. So that 31 number could change.
That's great. And in terms of that CWPP by the city of Napa, which I'm very excited about and happy for them.
Yeah.
So they'll also be benefiting from the prevention, intervention, the work that's being done, the investments that are being done on behalf of Napa Firewise and
Yeah,
all our agencies.
Yeah, all CWPPs roll up into the county-wide CWPPs.
Okay.
So we're in the process of working with American Canyon to develop their Fire Safe Council and their CWPP. When
Great.
that's completed, it will roll up into the county-wide CWPP. And so any of these cities, you know, at Napa Firewise, we don't think about the world in terms of county and city. We just benefit and work
Exactly.
on behalf of all the residents, whether they're city residents or county residents.
Okay, and for the sake of time, is this information available to the public somewhere, and are you available for questions?
At any time.
And where might somebody look for Fire Safe Council maps or?
You can go to our website, napafirewise.org. There's a map that shows all the Fire Safe Council boundaries. You could reach out to our wildfire preparedness team, Lori Klipp and Sherry Gardner, and you can always reach out to me.
Okay.
So I just want to, let me just finish with a closing statement.
You could make it quick, please.
Yes. My closing statement is that there are no boundaries here when it comes to fire. Fire doesn't recognize fire councils or areas of the county-wide and the cities. And I know we know this, but as a former member on the city council and, of course, a resident, sometimes we think we have this invisible divide in our mind, but it doesn't exist when it comes to fire. So I know we also need continued investment on this. We need sustainable financial resources to continue this work and expand it. So I just want to say that, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you. It looks like I'll be concluding this discussion by saying thank you for your continued efforts in keeping us safe and motivating residents. And I'd like to acknowledge that at this point we've been a Firewise community for so long that it is intergenerational. I brought this 2010s era handout, which I found in my family archive, just to say, you know, we've been doing this for 3 generations on our property, and I'm starting to teach the younger kids how to stay fire safe. So thank you. That's really the right way to do it. And we're getting there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give us a 5-minute break. If we could please be back here at 11 a.m. to continue the meeting.
If everyone could take their seats, please, we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 10, which is approve and authorize 3 agreements related to the proposed annexation by the City of American Canyon of the Paoli-Watson affected territory and Hess-Laird affected territory that would effectively extend the City of American Canyon's border north to a portion of South Kelly Road. These are number 1, agreement number 26037B, an urban limit line and regional housing needs allocation agreement with the City of American Canyon. And item 2, agreement number 260379B, as tax sharing agreement with the City of American Canyon and the American Canyon Fire Protection District for the Hess-Laird affected territory, and agreement number 260378B, a tax sharing agreement with the City of American Canyon for the Paoli-Watson Lane affected territory. I welcome a staff report from Legislative Analyst Andrew Mize and Deputy County Counsel Sabrina Wolfson. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Mize. I'm the Legislative and Policy Analyst for Napa County. Today, I am before your board to discuss 2 proposed territorial annexations. Specifically, the Napa County Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, has received 2 applications for the annexation of territory currently within the county to the City of American Canyon. One application for a territory called Hess-Laird has been filed by the property owner. The other application for a territory known as Paoli-Watson has been filed by the City of American Canyon. Staff's requested action today is for the approval of 2 agreements with the City of American Canyon and 1 agreement with the City of American Canyon and the American Canyon Fire Protection District. Approval by your board of all 3 agreements is required for LAFCO's consideration of the actual annexation applications. Let's start with the first agreement, which is the Urban Limit Line, or ULL, and RHNA agreement. RHNA is Regional Housing Needs Allocation. First, some history and a bit of table setting. An urban limit line is a locally established geographic boundary that represents the outer limit of future urban development. Urban limit lines are often established by voter initiative. A city's urban limit line sets the boundary beyond which no urban development can occur. This boundary differs from the city's jurisdictional boundaries and from its sphere of influence, both of which are established by LAFCO. In 2008, the City of American Canyon and County of Napa entered into an agreement where the city agreed to establish a ULL in exchange for the county support for the city's annexation of certain parcels. As part of this agreement, the city also agreed not to change the ULL before January 1st, 2030. So, on to the proposed agreement. As previously discussed, the owner of 2 parcels totaling 281 yards just south of South Kelly Road seeks
281 acres?
281 acres. Thank you. Just south of South Kelly Road seeks the annexation of the parcels to the City of American Canyon. This parcel, the Hess-Laird affected territory, is outside American Canyon's urban limit line. Thus, an expansion to the urban limit line is required to effect the annexation. The annexation of Hess-Laird by American Canyon reduces the amount of developable land from the county's unincorporated area. Thus, in exchange for the county's support of the city's expansion of its urban limit line to include the Hess-Laird parcels and the city's annexation of the parcels, American Canyon will agree to assume part of the county's RHNA allocation beginning in 2031. Critically, the proposed agreement amends and supersedes the 2008 agreement to the extent that the 2008 agreement would prohibit the extension of the ULL to include the Hess-Laird property. Specifically, American Canyon will assume 15% of the county's RENA allocation in their 7th and 8th housing element revisions, covering the approximate period from 2031 to 2047. And beginning with the 9th revision in 2047, American Canyon will assume 10% of the county's RENA allocations. In addition, to the benefit of residents, the ULL and RENA agreement provides that the city shall condition future development within the expanded city ULL to provide right-of-way for the extensions on Newell Drive and South Kelly Road. Let's shift to discussing the next two agreements, which are property tax revenue sharing agreements. So the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Local Government Reorganization Act of 2000 governs annexations. The act requires that before LAFCO can consider the annexation applications, the county and city must enter into property tax sharing agreements in accordance with California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 99. That's what we're here to do today. These property tax sharing agreements allocate the county's existing share of the annual 1% tax increment generated by the territory to be annexed between the county, the city of American Canyon, and in the case of the Hess-Laird parcel, the American Canyon Fire Protection District, after the territories are annexed into the city of American Canyon and the Fire Protection District. Tax sharing agreements may be limited under Section 99B4 of the Revenue and Tax Code to an exchange of property tax revenues from the annual tax increment generated in the area subject to the jurisdictional change and attributable to the local agencies whose service area or service responsibilities will be altered by the proposed jurisdictional change. The final exchange agreement must specify how the annual tax increment shall be allocated in future years. So let's move on to the territories at issue today. The first is Powley-Watson. Powley-Watson is the territory name for 15 parcels comprising about 74 acres on the eastern side of the Napa Vallejo Highway along Powley Loop Road, which is on the same latitude as Green Island Road to the west. And this extends south to a point just south of Watson Lane. This territory is located within existing American Canyon urban line limits. As the territory is already served by the American Canyon Fire Protection District, the district is not a party to the Powley-Watson agreement. To the clerk, are we able to show the visual? Perfect. I've prepared a very amateurish map using the assessor's website to kind of show the general locations of these two. All right, again, I am not a graphic designer. So, please. Yeah. Yeah, I think that should be good. Yes, so what we've got on the graphic before you is the Hess-Laird parcel in yellow and the Powley-Watson parcel in green. So that's kind of the location we're talking about. Eagle Vines Golf Course is just north of the Hess-Laird property. So upon annexation of the Powley-Watson territory, which is not what we're doing today, we're just asking for the board's approval of the tax sharing agreement. The county's share of the 1% property tax rate increment attributable to Powley-Watson will be split 50-50 between the City of American Canyon and the County of Napa until the year 2031. In 2031, the city's share will go up to 75% and will remain there so long as the city assumes the portion of the county's RENA obligations outlined in the urban limit line and RENA agreement that I just discussed. If for any reason the city does not assume the county's RENA obligations in the future, the city's share of the Polly-Watson property tax revenues will revert from 75% back to 50%, and the counties will revert also back to 50%. So that's Polly-Watson. Let's finish up with Hess-Laird. Hess-Laird is the territory name for two parcels comprising about 281 acres, extending south from South Cali Road to Polly Loop Road on level with Green Island Road to the west. The territory is not currently served by the American Canyon Fire Protection District. If approved by LAFCO, the territory would be annexed into the district. The territory is located outside of the existing American Canyon urban limit line. So upon annexation of the Hess-Laird territory, again, this is not the annexation agreement, this is a property tax revenue sharing agreement. The county's share of the 1% property tax rate increment attributable to Hess-Laird will be split, with 47.5% going to the City of American Canyon, 47.5% to the County of Napa, and 5% to the American Canyon Fire Protection District. In 2031, the city's share will go up to 70% and will remain there so long as the city assumes the portion of the county's RENA obligations outlined in the urban limit line and RENA agreement. The county's share will reduce to 25%, and the districts will remain at 5%. As with Polly-Watson, if for any reason the city does not assume the county's RENA obligations in the future, the city's share of the Hess-Laird property tax revenues will revert from 70% back to 47.5%. The counties will also revert from 25 to 47.5. Importantly, American Canyon Fire Protection District share will remain at 5% regardless of RENA obligation assumptions. They're at 5%. Some concluding remarks. Approval of the three agreements before your board today is required for LAFCO to consider the annexation applications. These are not the annexation applications. Following this approval, a resolution for LAFCO to a resolution for presentment to LAFCO on each of the annexation applications will appear on your board's 5/19 consent calendar. Sabrina Wolfson, Deputy County Counsel, joins me to my left today for your legal questions. In the event that you have questions about the tax revenue sharing agreements, Tracy Schultze, Under Controller, is available. PBS Director Brian Bordona is available should you have property-related questions. And finally, American Canyon City Manager Jason Hawley is available should you have water infrastructure-related questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mize. I mistakenly said we were on item 10. We're on item 9B, so just to correct that. And I think I'd like to go to public comment first. So if there's anyone here from the public wishing to speak on agenda item 9B, I welcome you to the podium now.
Good morning, Supervisors. I am here in regards to this situation with American Canyon, but not regarding to the exact financing agenda. I'd like to propose something else. I'm here representing both the Audubon Society and the Napa Wildlife Coalition. I've been attending Napa City of American Canyon land use meetings for the past 3 years, and they're not always really happy with the governorship of Napa County telling them what to do. I've heard a lot of comments, but I would like to make a following recommendation. The current city council is very pro-development, and developers have a very significant influence on their elected officials. The only way they want to grow American Canyon is to extend that urban limit line, and they want to grow it, they want to build more, and they want to collect more taxes. And for this, they're going to need more roads, more industrial parks, and more housing, which actually flies in the face of recital A which states the parties recognize the importance of agricultural preservation and open space in Napa so as to maintain a viable agricultural economy, preserve open space, prevent urban sprawl, direct growth and development into cities, and to implement the planned development of the city. So I read this thinking, of course, that this is going to continue on in that vein. However, it looks like it's going against that grain. The county has made conditions that have no requirement to preserve any open space or agricultural land. This is a financial agreement. The county has made the conditions of housing as part of this contract with American Canyon, but there is no condition of wildlife conservation or open space on any part of this property. If you take a look at the map in your folders, which I had passed out to all of you before this meeting, this land is primarily unprotected. It is also home to the endangered red-legged frog, the tricolored blackbirds, the Swainson hawks, and numerous raptors. I'm told that the EIR reports and CEQA protect and provide mitigations for these special species animals. But over the past 3 years, I have reviewed many EIRs and biological resource reports, and most display inconsistent findings and a lack of locally sourced wildlife data. Furthermore, the City Council of American Canyon has established a precedent with their actions. They approved Measure K, a CEQA workaround, which paved the way for a ministerial approval of the largest warehouse project in Napa County. Based on the history with Measure J, the public would most likely have declined Measure K. I'm asking you to please renegotiate this contract and include wildlife habitat preservation as a requirement for a portion of this property before you all sign on how the finances are going to be split out. This property is a major habitat for some endangered and special status species, and who's going to set aside land for these animals? Land negotiations are always about the finances. Let's change this to reflect reality. American Canyon is one of the top biodiversity hotspots in the Bay Area. You're taking that land away from these animals, but most of all, when you negotiate only financial terms of these contracts, you forget about all the other significant things that need to be considered. Please renegotiate the terms of these contracts to include guardrails for wildlife conservation and open space. Thank you.
Ms. Baginski. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to welcome? Come on up. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Goyech. I'm from American Canyon. Lived there for about 38 years. I guess I'm going to speak about this agreement between Napa County and American Canyon. As when I read the agreement, at least what I understood, that it was for the preservation of agricultural and open space, prevent urban sprawl, and direct growth and development into cities. What I don't understand, what I do understand is that these agreements are made in exchange between the two parties. I'm kind of, the obligation was between the agreement for housing to be put in that area, that has property for low income, moderate, low income, whatever that is. I understand the above development of housing is on the east side. That's on the east side of 29, where there once was vineyards, open space, agricultural land, and beautiful. And there aren't any vineyards there anymore, but it is a beautiful spot to look at, refreshing for American Canyon residents and those who are on their way to Napa. I'm not against providing housing, especially low-income housing. I think there may be other areas in American Canyon that may be worthy of that. I feel it's wrong, though, to build there. And what Yvonne has just spoken about, the environmental impact on the wildlife there. I'm asking you to please keep this as agricultural, true open space. No buildings. I hope no warehouses. I pray no warehouses there. But anyway, that's my say.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone on the phones? No? Okay. Then I will ask if there's any board questions for staff about this item. Supervisor Ramos and then Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Mize. On the county structural fire portion, I don't believe you touched upon that. I believe that as part of the agreement also transfers over to the fire district. Can you just touch upon that, please?
I'm happy to answer that question. Yes, under the Hess-Laird agreement, 100% of the county's fire structural tax will go to the American Canyon Fire Protection District, and that is consistent with prior agreements related to prior annexations.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher.
Yeah, I have a quick question. So I understand the 2008 agreement around the urban limit line, but there is also, correct me if I'm wrong, some kind of a rezonement clause that does allow the land to be rezoned, and this is in conjunction with the Newell Drive extension. Is that true?
Neither the 2008 agreement nor the ULL RENA agreement address land use of the private properties. Those properties are privately owned. They're not controlled by the city. And once the developers submit applications to the city, if they are annexed into the city, it will be the city that will have authority over those developments to entitle them and then to impose any conditions of approval related to
Okay, I just thought there was something
development.
about rezoning from ag to industrial and in conjunction with Newell Drive.
Chair, if I may, I can actually answer that for you. Policy AGLU 40 of the general plan of the 2008 general plan says the properties known as the Hess Vineyards shall be designated agricultural watershed and open space, but shall be considered for redesignation to an industrial designation if Flosden Newell Road is ever extended north of Green Island Road through the property, which is exactly this portion that we're talking about. And
Right, that's what I thought.
And image AGLU 23 indicates that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, I think, bring that to everybody's attention.
Okay, thank you. Did you have another comment, Supervisor Ramos, or was that okay? Supervisor or Vice Chair Alessio?
Just a comment.
We will do comments.
Oh, we will
We're
after?
doing questions. Sorry, I said comments, but my bad.
Okay.
Okay, so questions. That you answered one of my questions, Supervisor Ramos, which was what is the existing zoning? So thank you. And I would like to ask City Manager Holly to answer a few questions. So I would like to ask what the current estimate of water use on the properties are. And I would like you to speak to the situation American Canyon was in at the end of the 2012 to 2016 drought with relation to its water supplies.
Thank you, Chair. Great questions and happy to answer it. Jason Hawley, American Canyon City Manager. Currently, the property doesn't have any water demands on it, so the answer right now is zero. But that's important in the context of your second question about our water supply situation. And one of the ways that we address water supply is through our award-winning zero water footprint policy. And what that requires is that any development activity within our service area, which is bigger than our city limits, offsets their demands by reductions elsewhere in the system. In very real terms, over the last 13 to 14 years, we've had about a 40% reduction in our water supplies that we've brought in through the State Water Project. 3,600 acre feet in 2013, 2,000 and less than 2,100 acre feet last year. And in that time, we've grown our population from about 18,000 to about 22,000 and added about 10 million square feet in commercial and industrial users. So it's that very program that requires the offset. We do that by fixing leaks, converting parks to non-potable uses. We actually, the Napa Junction 3, which is the tractor supply for anyone that is familiar with our commercial area, that project is probably the biggest story for this. So they actually brought recycled water infrastructure in. They connected their neighboring property to offset those demands, and they actually started plumbing the buildings, the apartments there, the Canyon Ridge. You actually, if you live in the Canyon Ridge, you flush your toilets with recycled water. That's the kind of demand conversions that we're doing, and that explains our change in our trajectory. So we are, during extreme situations, right, if state water supplies go to extreme situations, then we are in the marketplace sometimes looking for demands, but we primarily do it through demand hardening, which we've done an amazing job. We're also participants in the site's water reservoir project, which we don't use as any part of our planning at the moment. We're going to participate in the project should it go forward, but that's kind of like a longer term project that we're involved with. But the 2016 MSR that LAFCO did for the South County area included all of our service area, which included this property, as did our water management plan from 2020 and our currently draft but soon to be approved water management plan like next month also includes assumed uses for this property. Should the uses be more than they are today, which is 0, then developers will be offsetting those demands through reductions elsewhere.
Would you remind me, because I legitimately do not remember what the curtailments were for American Canyon's water supply at the end of the 2012 to 2016 drought cycle?
Yeah, so curtailments came primarily through the State Water Board action. So one of our part of our portfolio relates to an appropriative right that the city of Vallejo has. We essentially acquired about 500 acre feet of that appropriative right. That was curtailed for really the first time in history. That was in, I don't remember the year, if it was 2016 or 2015. So that curtailment happened, and that we had to go back through the process of finding some additional water supplies. State water project wasn't curtailed, but the issue there was the Department of Water Resources at one point was going to give 0% allocations, which was actually okay for us. We had enough supply on the books, but operations staff at DWR assumed a 0% supply meant they weren't going to be able to transmit any of the stored supplies. And so that became kind of an operational issue that we had to sort through. We have both Advanced Table A, which is kind of a forecasting tool. We had existing carryover that were on the books that we had, again, I use the old analogy, no one's going to remember this anymore, but when you used to have a cell phone, you have carryover minutes, remember that? So we have that in our state water project. So we have those carryover acre feet, but the operational supply, they were saying 0%, which means they weren't going to operate the pipeline. And so we had to work with them to say, well, we have supplies on the books. It's not current year. It's saved water in future year, which we can access, but you got to put it through the pipeline. And so that took a lot of heightened urgency. The North Bay Aqueduct is part of the State Water Project system, but it's such a small piece of it that it gets very, very little attention from the State Department of Water Resources. They tend to focus on their main customers, their bigger customers. And so getting their attention, understanding the operational issues took a lot of legwork.
Okay, and I understand there was litigation from the city of Vallejo following on this situation?
Oh, goodness.
Am I remembering that right?
We are involved in 4 different matters with the city of Vallejo. We have a contract with them for water supply. We believe they've breached that contract, and we're in Napa Superior Court explaining our case there. In response to that, for reasons that are, I'm going to call it charitably strange, they decided to file a number of CEQA lawsuits against us. They're meritless. We're victorious in all 3 cases at the Superior Court, victorious at the appellate level, and 2 are pending at the appellate level. So not sure why they decided to do that. That's its own little set of circumstances, but we're still proceeding with the breach case, and we're confident of our position there too.
Okay, and my understanding is that the North Bay Aqueduct is relatively at risk as a water supply source due to low water quality, salinity intrusion in drought situations, potential natural disasters in the North Delta, and now golden mussels. And are you making any efforts to improve the security for water supplies through the North Bay Aqueduct, which is absolutely instrumental in supplying water for your community?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to characterize the phrase at risk. The things that you describe are definitely challenges. We're used to it. Some of the other water providers change sources, so sometimes they operate off their Lake Berryessa water, which has a different quality, and they alternate back and forth. All we do is operate with that water, so we're accustomed to it. It requires using coagulants. It requires knowing how to operate our particular treatment system. Again, we're a subcontractor to the Napa Flood District, who's the contractor of the state. So our role in being able to affect change and improvement on the North Bay Aqueduct is limited to the fact that it's not our pipeline, right? And so, but we are working with the entire group. There's some long-range plans to move the inlet. One of the challenges of the DCP, the Delta Conveyance Project, will be, what does that mean now for the Barker Slough and for the Cache Slough and for that inlet there? And what is it, as you start to restore those areas, what does it mean for that inlet and what does it mean for the water quality coming out of it? Fortunately, Those groups are working together. We are looking at a project that would move the intake. The long-term solution is that intake in a different location, something more along the Deepwater Channel and Sacramento River. But that's, it's going to be an expensive project and take a little while to do.
Sure. Do you have any idea of the cost or any kind of timeline? Like how far would you say those talks are?
Again, it's a kind of a difficult thing when the Department of Water Resources is focused on DCP, and they're focused on not their small customers; they're focused on their big customers. So no, I don't have a timeline. It's not a project that we're leading, but it's something that we're participating in. There was a draft. You're really asking me to go back in my memory banks here, but there was a draft EIR that was prepared. Part of the issue is, again, this would be a Department of Water Resources project. And as their focus is on DCP, they're not trying to focus on this area. And so, advancing an environmental document that, maybe kind of highlighting the interplay with DCP, for example, is not something they're all that interested in. So it will definitely be whatever moves that project forward isn't going to happen before DCP, and it's probably going to be on the heels of it.
Okay. And any estimate on cost in the current dollars or?
I would, honestly, I didn't prep for that question, so I would have to go back and look as a part of the draft EIRs. I don't recall the cost. I mean, north of $100 million would be the cost of that, and that was probably a late teens kind of estimate, so it'd be north of 100.
My recollection, it was several hundreds of millions, and that was many years ago. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else you want to add about like your perception of how the site's reservoir might improve, or in what situations it may or may not function as an improvement in water security for the community?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about sites. It's an extraordinary project. Both Napa and Solano counties are all in place of use. And so it's an opportunity for everyone living in those counties, with the exception of the folks in and around Berryessa. Technically, Berryessa is not part of place of use, but almost all of the valley here and all of Solano County is in that place of use. And so assuming the Water Board goes forward with the final decision on the water right this summer, then groundbreaking is expected in the first quarter of 27. It's a new reservoir located Colusa County area north of here. It's an off-stream reservoir built in an area where there's not much else. We'll use existing diversion facilities from Sacramento River, put water in a lake that's roughly the size of Lake Berryessa, and we have a small share of that. And we're excited to partner with what is a statewide consortium between Metropolitan, Kern County Water Agency, Zone 7, in our area, and Valley Water, and some small folks. It's a locally driven project, so using existing facilities from the agricultural interest there that during the time of year when you have high water flows in the Sacramento River aren't operating. That's not when the rice season is. That's when they're using their facilities. So these sunk assets are going to get repurposed in this new reservoir. And so tremendous opportunity for us as well as anyone in the Valley and in Solano County.
Okay, and would you anticipate that they're going to be able to fill Site's reservoir from the Sacramento source in every year?
We've done a ton of modeling. The sites team has done a ton of modeling. We've gone about 100 years back into the hydro, and it varies. I think there's a lot of huge benefits to the sites project. It's not necessarily how often it refills. The reason the state, through Prop 1 and the Bureau is participating is the ability to have preserve your cold water pools up in Shasta and Orville, right? So we know hydronomous fish need certain temperature water, and when you're releasing water during certain times of year, you then have less amounts to release during those periods when cold water is needed. And so being able to park essentially those project waters over in sites means the reservoir levels will be higher in Shasta and Orville at the right time, so they can release those cold water pools that will help those fish. That's their interest. It's not new supply for State Water Project or federal for those two projects, but it's different place to park it so they can preserve some of their cold water releases. So that's the piece there. And as far as our share of it, again, it's a small piece of it, but
yeah. Okay. So kind of what I heard there was that this is a buffer against climate impacts that Shasta and Trinity can help avert potentially, but not that it's really more water, because if they're allocating that water for the cold water pool for fish instead, it's it may serve multiple functions as it makes its way down the Sacramento River channel, but this is, it's,
What I said was, and I'll try to be more clear. It's not new water for sites and for the central, or for the state and for the Central Valley Project, meaning their water available to their contractors is increasing. They're going to park it in a different place. For the member agencies, like City of American Canyon, like Kern County and Metropolitan, it is very much new water. So the state and feds component combined, I want to say, is about 40 to 45%, whereas then the program participants are the remaining balance of it. So for agencies like American Canyon and others, very much new water.
Okay, that was an important clarification. Thank you. And it's my understanding that it has a relatively small drainage area and is in the rain shadow of the coast ranges, so it doesn't receive a lot of precip, right? Which is why it's a diversion off of.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And it's not, there's a small creek that will be sort of covered up by this reservoir, but the rest of it, it's not damming any reservoirs or any creeks or anything like that.
And last question on water.
I love it. Keep it going. I love it.
I'm going to have my colleagues reining me in for going on too long, but I do think it's really important to look at the water availability situation with the North Bay Aqueduct and the State Water Project generally in planning. So where is American Canyon at on groundwater banking?
At the moment, we don't do any groundwater banking. We don't have any municipal wells ourselves. Generally, as a part of the State Water Project, there are groundwater banking options that come and go. We haven't, to my knowledge, recently participated in any of that, but it can be a super effective way of storing supplies, right? Particularly in sometimes in comparison to new reservoirs, right? So it's kind of like, you got to have a toolkit. You got to have all these tools in the kit. So groundwater banking is a piece of it, and there are parts of the State Water Project that do that, and we have opportunities there too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawley.
Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any other board member questions.
Vice Chair Alessio, do you have, and then I see Supervisor Ramos? No? Okay,
I can put this is kind of I think it's just a confirmation. It can come from City Manager Hawley or from staff. First of all, great job answering those very technical questions from an expert here. My understanding, and I really got a lot of this understanding because I did watch your council meeting on April 21st that helped me. I was looking at the board packet and I'm like, I need a little bit more narrative here.
Sure.
So that was very helpful. My understanding is this has been kind of a, from the property owner, especially with Mr. Hess, that this has been kind of long coming, that he's been waiting for this for quite a while. That this is one of the boxes and steps that need to be checked in this process that will continue through 2030, 2031. And if I understand correctly, because, there was one concern regarding this is tied to a ballot measure, not moving the urban limit line, but by the time that this process is through the next steps of NEPA, CEQA, the LAFCO complete process, which will probably take 4 years, I'm guessing. So it's going to be a while before this is actually all the way through. And there is a process that started with American Canyon, and then it's the County Board of Supervisors, and it's the Fire District, and then LAFCO that does all the NEPA CEQA. Is that an accurate summation of this process and kind of the back and current and then future storyline?
Yeah, a couple of things there. So CEQA has already been done for the Watson Lane area. And so that process has been completed. CEQA has not been completed on the Hess-Laird piece and would happen at some point if there was a discretionary act that's being asked of, assuming annexation goes forward, being asked of the American Canyon City Council. What we do know, and I forget the government code citation, but there is generally a 2-year lag between annexation and a zone change or a general plan change in the designation. So at a minimum, we're talking about 2 years. We're talking about a robust community process, a planning process of what's going to happen there. So, and we don't know. Currently it's zoned industrial. The board rezoned the property 2 or 3 years ago, I want to say. And so that's what it's being brought in as. Then CEQA, in the event we got an application, would start that process. But you all are familiar with the durations of those processes, and yeah, they can take a while. What is always happening though is RENA, right? That process never takes a long time, and it always keeps coming, right? So we're in 6th cycle now. 7th cycle starts in 31, and our willingness to partner with the county to take on those housing obligations, because I don't think we want thousands of units in Angwin or thousands of units at all kind of different places, right? Putting them inside of cities is the place where that's what we all sort of agreed to, right? And we're sort of taking on that role and saying, yes, we're going to take that obligation. It goes on in perpetuity, 6th cycle, 7th cycle, 8th cycle, probably none of us will be here as we're talking about some of those latter cycles. But we're willing to do that because that's what we've always done. It's actually been the story from American Canyon's sake when we incorporated as a kind of small piece, and we've grown over time to take on housing obligations in the past, and we're kind of continuing that pattern. There's a lot of win-wins here, particularly on the focus of like Newell Drive, for example. We have an interest there, and we'll absolutely be doing our part to make sure those road improvements happen to serve everyone. And so it's a key piece of what's going to be on the table. And yeah, so there's a lot of win-wins.
Yeah, the Newell Drive is also it's a big benefit to everybody, not just the American Canyon residents, but anybody traveling through. So, okay, so it won't have to. The timing will not require this to go back to the residents for our vote. In terms, it'll kind of happen. This is the timing. It'll happen when that measure expires, which is either 2030 or 2031.
Yeah, this doesn't have to go back to the vote.
Okay, perfect. That's all I have.
Okay, Supervisor Ramos?
Thank you. And I just was hoping Mr. Hawley could talk about your water service area extends to the portions of giving water to actually the county of Napa and our airport industrial area. And when the curtailments happened with DWR, we got our Health and Human Services water warning that actually, interestingly enough, if you could talk about, I was going to be able to keep on the water on at my house, but the county wasn't in its industrial and commercial uses. And so I think if you can talk about, the areas that go beyond in the water service area and really the tremendous amount of industrial serving water that you have, that would be helpful to kind of paint the picture of where those uses are going and what's at stake if we end up in a position of curtailment and you make me get recycled water delivery at my house and use a pot to water my plants again.
Yes, certainly. Happy to talk about that. We are your water provider at the sheriff's office, at the airport. All of the airport area, we provide water. It's been that way since the 1950s when the former American Canyon County Water District was formed. We have facilities in that area and have been serving that area for a long time. It's been part of our urban water management planning, part of LAFCO's municipal service reviews. And so I think what you're referring to during the curtailment there in the mid-teens, the water board came up with what they were considering their health and kind of their health safety water, sort of a minimum 50 gallons per capita as sort of a standard. Water board staff hadn't actually contemplated what it meant for other commercial and industrial users, and so they were only saying, okay, for residential, here's your certain allotments. They hadn't contemplated what it was going to be for commercial and industrial users, so we had to kind of work with them, educate them, and we'll continue to do that. The important part is that we do planning. We have supplies, and in fact, actually this year, the nature of our supplies, we actually sold water. We have a bit of water that will have an expiration to it, and we actually are in the process of selling it to others. So there is a limit to how much we can carry over. And so to the extent, all we really need to be able to do is access those things that we've already stored and carried over, and then we're in good shape. So being able to educate water board staff on the fact that there are other users besides residential, and they recognize that, they just didn't have. It's easier to just say 50 gallons per capita a day. And if you're trying to do these real big, large kind of statewide things, it's much harder to then go into these other uses. So hopefully that answers your question, Supervisor Ramos.
Okay, thank you. I see no one else on the board in the queue. So I would ask my colleagues if there is a motion.
I think I would like to provide some comments before.
Okay, I was going to go for
Did you
motion,
wanna do
motion
a
and
motion?
deliberation, but
Okay, I will go
but
ahead
we can do.
I will go ahead and do it as the chair asks. I will make a motion that we approve and authorize the three agreements: agreement number 260377B, agreement 26378B, agreement 26037-9B, and all related documents for the proposed annexation by the City of American Canyon of the Paoli-Watson affected territory and the Hess-Laird affected territory.
I'll second.
Okay, and then if there's any deliberations about this, I guess I will just offer that I really don't believe we're ready in terms of water planning to move forward, and that this is in a way a tacit approval of the concept. And I do have reservations about that, but is there any further? Yeah, go.
Thank you so much. I will say, you know, I think there's some great comments that were made in regards to how, in fact, does this agreement, this tax share agreement and this RENA agreement further agriculture and growth in our urbanized areas. And I want to start there and say that in our last housing element, the properties we were considering for meeting our housing element were Hedgeside Avenue, the Bishop property. That was a 5-acre site identified for 100 to 125 units out in a country road area. We were looking at the Altamira site on Atlas Peak Road, an area that we have known has been affected by wildfire, not once, not twice, not 3 times, multiple times, and that was being considered for 58 units. The Moscowite Corners up in Berryessa always makes an appearance in our housing element, and we were also looking at Spanish Flat at 10 acres, Foster Road, and that is all to say these are areas that are not accessible by public transportation. These are areas that do not have, that are not within water service areas. And these are areas that have a tremendous amount of wildfire risk. And these are areas that are not contiguous to urbanized areas. One of the reasons in which we look at, I certainly have looked through this parcel and its potential to assist the county in RENA is by way of reminder, through the Napa Pipe Agreement with the City of Napa, we have an 80% shift of a negotiated shift of our RENA allocation. This agreement would take 15% for 2 cycles and then 10% in perpetuity. And so what that does is that leaves the county with only having to account for those smaller numbers in areas that are safe. And regardless of, one, there is no project pending before us. So I can't consider how a project would be developed. I can't consider where those infrastructure uses are going to come before us, because that is not the determination that is before us, and I can't use that as a grounds. But what I can use as a grounds is to know that we have struggled at this county to meet our housing element in a meaningful way for decades. And it is not going to get any easier for us. And this is an opportunity for us to recognize that this property is adjacent to Highway 29. There is a bus stop at the intersection. This is already by this board in November of 2024, utilizing Ag Land Use Policy 40, has already designated it as industrial. And so there is an opportunity here, without prejudging, not knowing that there is not a project before us. There is an opportunity for something other than a warehouse to be here. There is an opportunity for a city who has a proven track record. I believe the only jurisdiction in the county that has always met, since its inception, its housing element goals, to be able to assist the county in meeting the moment of incredible need for housing. And to put it into context, if we were to assume a 15% increase in RENA, our allocation this past cycle was 1,014 units, and that would move up, to about 1,100, 1,200 units. And that shift would be 933 units to the city of Napa, with 688 units shifting over to the city of American Canyon. that means that this county, instead of having to plan for 1,100 units in the unincorporated area, would only need to plan for 58. For me, this is an opportunity for us to be able to prioritize what this county has not historically done well in the spaces of housing. I certainly, as someone who grew up in the unincorporated, I was out in Berryessa Estates, we cannot be using those areas of one way in, one way out, those areas that we haven't been able, no matter our best efforts, to be able to secure from a fire mitigation standpoint. We can't be placing this burden of housing in areas such as Angwin, or up in the Highlands and the Estates. That doesn't create a better sense of community. When it comes to the water uses, I will say, as someone who's had the opportunity to serve in American Canyon in the city, American Canyon was the first jurisdiction to have a zero-scaping policy. You are not allowed to have a lawn in your front yard in American Canyon. We have incredible participation in our recycled water programs. We have incredible a community shift into how we make sure that our water stays turned on and we are prioritizing the uses for the humans and thereafter for the commercial and the industrial. I do know that the work that the City of American Canyon does in being thoughtful and keeping sustainability at the forefront of their mind will yield what will be a great project for them. But what I will say for us and the decision before us and why I ask for your consideration in this is about preserving the county and being able to prioritize our state mandate of housing in places that are better than others. Certainly, I understand the desire of persons to continue to have the existing uses. But when state law does not let you do that, we have to make different considerations. I certainly do not want to see the Hedgeside Avenue as our only option. I do not want to see the Atlas Peak Road as our only option. I do not want to see Angwin as our only option, and I certainly don't want to see Berryessa Highlands and the Estates as our only options for providing housing. In addition, and this is incredibly near and dear to my heart, before you all were my colleagues up here, on 4 occasions I was not able to make it to work here in American Canyon, and that's because the highway flooded. And the highway flooded because of subsidence that had happened with a culvert on the highway, and it plugged up. And residents from American Canyon, we are Napa County residents, we were cut off from the rest of the county. And it wasn't until we were able to open up Devlin Road and the connection over Fagan Creek Road in March of 2020 that we finally had the ability to take Paoli Loop Road, go underneath the highway, get onto Green Island Road, and head on over. And that was a game changer. But it requires us to be able to access the east side. This is an opportunity from a public safety standpoint that our firefighters, our police officers, which are really just sheriff deputies in blue, are able to access those northerly parts for all the responses that happen along Highway 29 between Napa Junction Road and Highway 12. It's imperative that we be able to have that north-south access point. And the truth is, we don't do roads in the county. In order to be able to make roads pencil out, these are the type of agreements that are at stake. While this tax share agreement is slightly less, since we normally receive 1/5, this is going down to 1/6 of a portion. The value of the RENA transfer agreement and being able to lighten the load for the county in perpetuity beyond us being here is well worth that sacrifice for me, and that is why I am voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Gallagher, and then Alessio.
Thank you. So I just want to remind everybody that we are voting on the property tax revenue sharing agreements and the RENA transfer, et cetera, not about annexation. So that's just really important to understand. This is a one part of the process that has many more pieces to it. I think that it is very important for our housing goals. I agree with Supervisor Ramos in terms of the struggle that we had looking at those other sites during the last cycle, and how difficult it was to really make many of those make sense, which is why a lot of them didn't end up in our housing element. And also that there are no projects at this point, so there will be opportunities to look at the environmental impacts in terms of wildlife, in terms of water, down the line as we see what is contemplated. So at this point, I am supportive. I think this is a piece of the process. This is not something that is finalized in any way, shape, or form in terms of what will be there and what will be needed. But I think that this is well done in terms of the RENA sharing agreement and fair in terms of the property tax revenue sharing piece. And so I feel comfortable moving forward now.
And I know we're running short on time, so I just want to say thank you, Supervisor Ramos and Gallagher. I agree with both of your points. I want to thank staff and in terms of the work you did in negotiating these terms, the RENA, the property tax share, the overall benefits that was mentioned from RENA. I think Newell Road is critical and key to not just American Canyon, but those traveling through. So I see that the benefits outweigh anything else. That's why I second.
Okay, great. Well, I'll just close by saying that I fully understand that we're looking at the tax sharing agreement and that there's substantial gains with this proposal for our RENA goals. I do also see that there's an inherent conflict between trying to meet our RENA goals and developing locations without secure water supplies. And I think that's something that occurs in specific locations across the state because of the way this whole thing is structured, and that they aren't required by the state to be in concert with each other or considerate of each other as these things move forward. For me, that's a problem here because the position of American Canyon with respect to water has not substantially improved since the end of the last drought, and the kinds of investments and conversations that we need to be having to ensure that our community members have the water supplies they need, I think are just in kind of an infancy kind of stage, and we need to really start having meaningful conversations about that. It's the Steinbeck thing of, you forget about the bad times when it's a good time, but I have not forgotten that we also have shortages of water supplies, and that's one of the most important things we can plan for moving ahead. So I look forward to participating in those conversations. I hope this is a Kickstarter for that. And that in my view, this isn't fully baked yet in terms of the security of resources for the residents. So with that, we have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Ramos, a second by Vice Chair Alessio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. Okay. We have two more items on our agenda today. It is noon. I am looking to my colleagues to see if you want to push through these two items or yes?
Vacancy? It's 2 seconds. Wait, you want to push through on the Berryessa item too?
I'm asking what the appetite here is for lunch and also these items. So
I'm supportive of continuing through and being
Okay.
mindful of the time.
Okay, be mindful of the time. Okay, thank you. And so we'll go ahead and move on with item 10A, receive a presentation on the status of Napa County vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts for the 2025 calendar year. I would like to open the public hearing and note that staff are not available today to present the item, so we'll be continuing the hearing to May 19th, 2026 at 9 a.m. Is there anyone here today wishing to speak on this item? You may approach the podium now. I don't see anyone. Is there anyone on the phones? No? Okay, then I will request a motion to continue the hearing to May 19th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice Chair Alessio, a second by Ramos. All those in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. We are moving on to item 11, administrative items continued. 11A, receive a status update on each of the Napa County controlled resorts and approve agreement number 8708 with Wildhaven LLC to conduct environmental studies, site investigations, prepare environmental documents, and enter into negotiations for a long-term agreement for development and operations of resort concessions at the Spanish Flat Resort area.
Thank you, Chair Manfrey, members of the board. Steve Lederer here, Director of Public Works with Lee Sears, not Lee Sharp, but Lee Sears, our Lake Berryessa Resort Manager. Neha, if you could bring up my 25 slides, that would be great. Yes. So maybe make it a little bigger if we can. I know it's a big lake, but maybe we can make it a bigger map. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. So I just want to use the map to set the scene, partly for the board, but also for members of the public, just as a reminder. So there are 7 resort sites at Lake Berryessa. 3 of them, Markley Cove, Pleasure Cove, which are the 2 at the bottom and right, and Pewter Canyon, which is at the top left, are under the control of the federal government, the BOR. The other 4 sites, the board will remember back in, I believe it was 2018 or 2019, this board signed a managing partnership agreement, or an MPA, with the federal government, again, the BOR, to allow the county to try and develop those 4 sites being going from south to north, Steel Canyon, Spanish Flat, Monticello, and Berryessa. Actually, Berryessa and then Monticello, going from south to north. So we're here today to give a brief status update on the 4 sites that Napa County has through the MPA. I'm actually going to address Steel Canyon a little bit first, and then I'm going to have Lee talk about Spanish Flat and the other 2 sites. The actual action here for the board is to approve a, should the board so choose, an exclusive negotiating agreement with a developer for the Spanish Flat site. So, as I mentioned, Lee will talk about that. So, just a brief update on Steel Canyon. Again, as the board knows, we are in an exclusive negotiating agreement, an ENA, with a local developer, Tim Wilkins, for the development of the Steel Canyon site. The developer has proposed a project, but has also told us that that project would not be possible without an extension of the agreement, the 55-year agreement with the BOR. So we're in year 5 or 6 of that agreement, so there are only now 47, 48 years left, and Tim has told us that he needs a 99-year lease in order to develop the project. We've given the developer time to work with the federal government to see if that lease extension is possible. We've had a lot of discussions with local folks, local as far east as Denver, if you will, because the local BOR is headquartered out in Denver. They've all said no, can't do it. but they did say they would do it if they were directed by Washington to do so. So Tim has been diligently trying to pursue that extension. To date, it's not dead, but it also hasn't really made a tremendous amount of progress. And we don't really know exactly when that process might end. So, so basically, that's where we are with that site. We are not asking the board to make any decision today, but Tim has made it quite clear that he can't move forward with his project unless the extension is given, and there's really no indication when and if an extension might happen. So we might be in a position where we need to move on from the current project and perhaps look at something that can be built, can be financed, can be built, given the 49 years that we have left on the lease. So that's pretty much where we are on Steel Canyon today. That's really all I have. Like I said, there's no board action needed on that. Maybe I'll let Lee finish the other 3 sites, and then if the board has questions on any of the sites, we can go from there.
So the first one
There you go.
No.
There you go.
So first I'll talk about the other 2 sites before we talk about Spanish Flat and its proposal. Monticello Shores is in their beginning phases of their E&A agreement, so they're working on their due diligence for their NEPA CEQA process. So they're sort of riding right along within the terms of their E&A agreement and the milestones they have to hit. The next site I've got up is Berryessa Point. It is still in sort of the development phase. I'm still looking for someone to develop that site, and we do have a few potential possibilities there for that one. And the next is the Spanish Flat proposal to go into an E&A, and I think you guys all have a copy of it. It's very similar to the proposal of Monticello Shores, where it's sort of a smaller development with, I think, a total of about 80 to 100 either cabins and tents. I think about 60 tents and 40 cabins is what they proposed. They also have about a 75-slip marina at Spanish Flat. A lot of the work they will do will be on the island portion of Spanish Flat as well. The nice thing about this site is they also will tie into the Spanish Flat Water District, which is quite helpful for that district as well as a customer. Let's see. The other good proposal is they will also have a restaurant, lodge, and an event space that they will be developing on that site as well. Let's see what else. Is there anything else you think we should discuss?
No, I think that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 4-page presentation package that's attached to the board item.
Right. So to give you an overview, I think there's a map in there then, and this is just a proposal as well, just sort of the same as Monticello, but definitely the same sort of concept as Monticello.
And we're happy to answer any questions. And I do believe there are members of the public here who would like to speak on this.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that report about Lake Berryessa status update. Are there any members of the public present wishing to speak? I welcome you to, come on down. You'll have 3 minutes, Mr. McNamara.
Anyway, you learn a lot. I've only lived here 50 years, but you learn an awful lot listening to people who've lived here their entire lives when you sit here or at City Hall. I'm kind of semi-retired, and when I have a day off, I love nothing more than leaving the big city here and going up to Berryessa and fishing, That's a beautiful lake. It's a paradise, especially at this time of year and in the springtime. In the summertime, I wouldn't go near it. Okay. Pleasure Cove is where I go. It's very nice. People who run it, very nice people. They put in an incredible amount of work to expand that boat storage area up there. I'm never going to see it come to fruition, the development of Lake Berryessa, like you guys are talking about. Zip lines and this and that. What are you going to make it, an amusement park? Right now, I was up there the other day, they have what do they call it, parasailing? Parasailing. They have speedboats pulling parasailers down the lake. They're noisy, gasoline powered, you know. Kind of annoying when you're trying to relax and fish, but no big deal. It's not a big lake. It's really not a big lake. If you spend a lot of time on it and you become very familiar with it, it is not a big lake. It's a beautiful lake. Bald eagles, nice fish, you know. If you develop it too much, you know, fire, learned a lot about fire. I happen to be working at Los Alamos National Lab. Quite a few years ago when the Los Alamos fire broke out, you may or may not have heard of that. It was a nightmare to get out of there and get down to Santa Fe when they evacuated Los Alamos. I was in the middle of it. The guys I was with, we were doing surveys out in the wildlands. It was crazy. How in the heck are people going to be able to, you bring all this tourism into Lake Berryessa? What if there is a big wildfire up there? How do you get them out? How do you get them out? Come down Monticello Road like this? It makes no sense what you're talking about. It really doesn't. You're all environmentally conscious. Are all the boats going to be EV? Are they all going to be electric-powered boats? I work in Sausalito on a boat. Every day I see electric boats being towed in by Towboat US. It's not going to work. That lake is going to be overwhelmed with speedboats.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Mr. McNamara. Thank you.
Well,
Is
thanks for
Yeah.
enlightening me on a lot of things.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak from the public? Welcome.
Good morning. Yvonne Baginski, once again. The baseline data report was just completed. I just haven't read it yet, but I have seen some of the contributions. There is new environmental information to consider now before we make any further land use decisions in Napa County. This is truly true, but most especially true on the general plan. The times have changed. We are in a climate crisis, and there are noted changes in vegetation, wildfires, heat, weather, and we are forewarned it's only going to get worse. This consideration needs to be the priority in our land use planning, especially up at Lake Berryessa. Lake Berryessa is a high-value area for wildlife connectivity and biodiversity. It is one of the few areas left in Napa County where mountain lions, bear, deer, and fox still roam. It is currently an area that is unprotected for conservation or habitat restoration, but it is an area that is visited by hikers, campers, and wildlife enthusiasts just because it's still an area that's somewhat wild. I am asking that you reconsider these resort contracts. The resorts will destroy the ambiance of the nature-based recreational area. The resorts will disrupt the wildlife habitat and create further species decline. The human impact, the lighting, the roads, the infrastructure, the pollution will have a disastrous impact on most of the larger animals in the area. Road kills will significantly increase, as will habitat destruction. The Berryessa Range and the land around the lake is one of the highest value wildlife connectors in Napa County. The Berryessa area is home to animals no longer found on the valley floor. This resort will further extricate these animals from our county. Solano County is experiencing a development boom as well. It is also connected to the Lake Berryessa. Where are the animals from Solano County going to live? This is a regional issue and needs to be considered as such. Other counties bordering the lake should be brought in for consideration of this decision. It's a shared responsibility to care for nature, wildlife, and each other. Let's not jump into these resorts until we have a general plan that includes a habitat conservation plan for Napa County. We need a map of the wildlife areas, the crossings, and the habitat. We need more information on where the animals are going when there's a wildfire. Where do we need to restore, conserve, and put in wildlife crossings, fencing, etc.? And what impact are the weather and vegetation changes going to have on these animals? There's an urgency now to protect the land that we have left before more decisions are made on the past reality rather than what the future will bring. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak? Welcome.
I'm Carol Coonsey. I live in Berryessa Highlands, so I live at the lake. What I would like to see is that you would provide us with some opportunities other than destination lakes. I think that you have a conflict of interest, and I think that it's really a problem. Despite the fact that I have given you information indicating that other lakes the size of Lake Berryessa have been able to generate spending by their visitors of $65 million a year. And we need some of that to help us basically rejuvenate the economy that died, that death starting slowly when the lake was a trailer park lake and finally dying just after I got there in '96. We cannot rebuild a economy on the basis of destination resorts. I've spoken with all of you about that. Destination resorts keep their guests in the resort, and that's it. And I think that you have a conflict of interest because the destination resorts are going to be more expensive. And so consequently, transient occupancy tax will be higher, sales tax will be higher. But also, I understand you have an arrangement with the Bureau of Reclamation to get a percentage of the profits. And I've been wondering why nobody is interested in this $65 million lake and possibly how that works. And frankly, I think that's it. You're not considering any parks. It's just destination resort after destination resort. And this is not working. None of it is working. We have had plans come in, entire plans for 3 and 4 of the resort areas. And none of them agree to do it because I think it's just too expensive. And what we could use is we could use a park that would help us finally get more retail business, any retail business at Lake Berryessa, which would then help us possibly bring in more people who would be willing to live at Lake Berryessa. But I'm not seeing any excitement about that from any of you. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Coonsey. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak? Yeah, come on up. Welcome.
I was going to say good morning, but I think I'll say good afternoon. Rich Richardson with the Sierra Club. I had a speech more or less written out, but these ladies were so eloquent in what they said. I'm just going to summarize it real quickly. And for the sake of time, I'm involved in a lot of environmental organizations. I attended a cow trout event on Friday in San Francisco, which was amazing. And what concerns me the most about all of these discussions, and it was so fitting to see the younger people honored with cultural diversity today. I love to see younger people get up and speak. But I never hear about an enduring environmental legacy for future generations. I never hear that. To give younger people the opportunity to enjoy and appreciate what I've enjoyed, many of us have enjoyed, past generations. It's always about money, annexing land, taking land, taxes, but I never hear talk about future generations, younger people being represented. And we also have a critical shortage of younger people, if you listen to them, not involved in a lot of things because they feel hopeless. So that's how I'm going to end this, is we need to consider younger people above everything because that is truly the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room? Is there anyone on the phones? No? Okay. Thank you. That concludes public comment for item 11A. Does the board have any questions? Oh, wait, we did. No, we didn't. Does the board have any questions for staff presenting today? I see Vice Chair Alessio and then Supervisor Gallagher.
I have no questions. I think that must be from before.
Oh, okay. Great. Did you have anything?
Yeah, I wanted to see if our fire chief could address the issues around fire protection in the Berryessa area.
Good afternoon. So fire protection, Lake Berryessa. So we currently have a career station at Spanish Flat that houses 2 Type 3 engines, CAL FIRE engines, and also an Amador agreement, cooperative agreement with Napa County. And with the presentation before, we will have 2 engines there year-round. We also have Station 14 and 214, which are 2 volunteer stations that are also staffed with a robust membership there as well. For the comments of evacuation areas, I think the biggest thing to consider is that, evacuation is a coordinated approach through the fire department and the sheriff's office. Really, we're going to look at the fire behavior, the fire direction of travel, and identify those routes of travel to a safe means of egress. The other things, if there is development in the Lake Berryessa region, we will work with our Firewise communities, local community members to identify those community refuge areas, which are safe places where the community can go in case of an emergency, to kind of hold out until conditions warrant where they can now evacuate. We've done that in the Berryessa Estates area. We do it across the county and across the Sonoma Lake Napa unit, identifying those community refuge areas for areas where communities can go to be in a safe place before evacuation occurs. Any other questions or comments?
No, thanks. I just wanted to get a quick overview, and I think that's good.
Do you think Berryessa Highlands should have a second road?
I don't think we can do audience questions. Yeah, it's not really how the structure is set up, but thank you.
Yep, I can talk to you afterwards.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that'd be great. Thank you, Chief Ryan. Supervisor Ramos?
Thank you so much. Thank you to staff for this presentation. I just have a few questions regarding timing. So with Camp Margaritaville, we have our exclusive negotiating agreement. I get it. They're wanting a longer period of time. It would be helpful to understand at what's the termination date of that exclusive negotiating agreement? At what point do we have a decision making before this board? Also, I guess it would be helpful to understand what is the desired length of time on that agreement? Because having just dealt with the airport fixed-based operators and their ability to capitalize on long-term agreements, it seems like this is desiring a much longer term, right? So why than we had on the airport. And so I'm trying to understand, why is such a longer term necessary on this type of a development where we have millions of dollars of investments on a much shorter lease over here at the airport?
So help me remember your questions if I miss any. But on the ENA, it does expire in the next couple of months. We've actually got counsel looking at that because we did pause it at a time to give the developer time to work with the BOR. So we're looking at the exact date, but it is expiring here in the next few months. But I think more to the point, the developer has said the proposed investment is around $350 million right now, which is actually 3 times what each of the FBOs put in. So the desire is a 99-year lease. The FBOs, I believe, are at 50. The current agreement is at about 50, but that gives you a sense of the scope of the investment and why the longer time. But again, as I mentioned, and Tim has told us this before, and I think he's right. At that size of investment, he does need the longer time. But if we can't get the longer time, then the project that's proposed simply isn't buildable. I'm sorry, I think you had another question, but I don't think I remember it.
No, you conflated the two and you got there, so thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
The next question I have in terms of, we've been at this for a while. And I'd like to understand in terms of timing on Berryessa Point. It just says, it's being marketed. How long are we just gonna put it out there? Is this like, does it end up being like a house that's been on Realtor.com forever and nobody wants? We can't discount the price much because, well, it is what it is. So at what point do we go before this board? And I'm asking this also in the sense that this board collectively has not ever, I am the only one that has seen the whole scope of the proposal of all of the resorts. Nobody else has. And so I ask that in terms of, when do we get to look at this holistically from the real estate point of view, not the concessionaire point of view, but from the real estate point of view, because I certainly have the benefit of knowing how long we've been at this and where we've gotten some little bit of interest, but my recollection is Berryessa Point isn't one of those where we're getting interest.
So, yeah.
So Berryessa Point was under an ENA with Suntex for that large marina, because I think back in the day, that was the largest marina on the lake. And that site, for me particularly, can be sort of split up, where someone could do the hospitality end. It's only about 56 acres, and then the point would have a marina. And so I'm looking at the way to sort of market it with someone that would maybe just do the marina to start with. The land part could just sit with nothing. And that takes a certain type of either operator or developer to do, especially from a marina standpoint. That site someone will be interested in. It's one of the few sites that the BOR did not completely demolish. It still has a functioning launch ramp. It still has paving, parking. So it's got a lot of amenities that some of the other sites need complete redevelopment.
But since Suntex, has anyone been interested in it?
No, not. We've looked at a few companies. Right now I was focusing on getting Monticello under an ENA, and now that we have Spanish Flat under an ENA, now at least those two are sort of locked and loaded. Hopefully, then the next my focus will be on Berryessa Point to at least, like I said, work on the marina aspect to start, because that could be a real sort of positive on that lake.
I think it would be very helpful for all of us to be able to collectively look at and to have a chart that says, which resort, when it was under an ENA, who was the interested party, when that ENA expired, what other agreements have flown from there, and what of the current ENAs that we're in, of 3, that when those expire, because at some point, it's time to call the question of what's going on here. And we can't do that without the benefit of the entire board knowing the history. And I certainly am starting to feel that this is incredibly strained, that we are looking for something that that the market is not interested in. And if that's the case, we need to reassess, right? We started this all before COVID. Recreational practices have certainly changed since that time, and we also have had a tremendous amount of wildfire impact since we started this process long ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos.
Chair, if I
yeah.
if I could,
Yeah, do you wanna
I'd like to go very much sort of where Supervisor Ramos was going from a very big picture. The role of staff here is to implement the vision of the board. And that vision was created, again, back in 2018 or 2019 with the managing partnership agreement in conjunction with the BOR. So there was an agreement between the county, the federal government of what the vision was to create out there. And it was largely in response to what I'll frankly call the economic disaster that was wrought on the lake when the existing resorts closed in 2008. For those who have been out there, I know probably all of you have. I mean, when those resorts were operating, there were restaurants out there, there were stores out there, there was a gas station out there. All of that is gone. And it's not coming back unless, something changes out there. So the point I was getting at there, well, also, and to repeat a little bit of what Supervisor Ramos says, that vision was created in a time pre-COVID, pre-fires, lower interest rates, Strait of Hormuz was open, the environment has changed. So so if that vision, if the board would like to revisit that vision, that's very much a different agenda item than what we're doing today. But the market studies we had from back then said that this lake would support, these 4 resorts. Is that I think it's reasonable to question, is that still true? Because if they could, the market would have told us that. Nobody has come to us and said, oh, the county process is too hard, or oh, you're getting in the way, or oh, what they've said is, so far, is they can't find a business model that works. That's the market talking. So if the board desires to change that vision, I think that's a discussion to have, keeping in mind that we have a partner here, right? We only get to do this because the federal government agreed that we could. So they ultimately would have to also agree with our vision, or they'll simply take the sites back and they'll do what they want. They'll develop them themselves to the best of their ability. So I think that's what Supervisor Ramos said, but I think I said it longer.
Okay. Thank you for those replies. Okay, so before we continue with the questions, I just want to check in here. So we're getting an update on how things are going at different locations around Lake Berryessa. And then there's also an item before us here, which is a disposition and development agreement for the Spanish Flat area, right? And so I just want to kind of distinguish those two things as the conversation continues. And I believe Vice Chair Alessio is next.
Thank you. Thank you for the history lesson once again. Thank you, staff, for your work on this. Growing up here as Chair has and others have, I remember the day when Berryessa was really a place that families went to, my family went to swim, to fish, to just enjoy the beautiful nature out there. And to me, it's quite sad to see what's happened to it over time. And we do need one win that is palatable, that works with the environment, that is economically accessible for whoever has the courage to do this and be that first person. We need one to win. We need one to happen to bring the others in. And that you just see in all different kind of communities and situations. And so, this one here in particular, which is glamping, I think that this is the soft approach that's both financially feasible, that is environmentally thoughtful. I think, all of them have to go through stringent environmental processes. But I feel like this is the one that can get it started. I believe in that area. I believe that the people who live in that area really need to have a grocery store or at least a small market and a gas station, and they need those basic needs for their for that area up there for them. I don't see this as being exclusive just to the glampers. I see this being a benefit for the families who live up there. Last week, after our board meeting, there was a resident here that said, I live up there, I have 6 children, and we don't have one park. This includes a park, includes other amenities that I think that will also benefit the residents, that will benefit the economy, and hopefully will be that first domino for the others to continue and show that it can happen there. Because right now it's pretty barren. The people that go up there are not the best patrons for that area. And, we need to do something and support something that's going to right the ship and get us on the course, whether it be the 28 vision or a new vision. I'd like to see some life up there and vitality in this way. So for me, it's one comment was about, it's all about TOT and tax dollars. It's not really about that, though it will benefit the residents who live up there, their property taxes. In terms of fire, we are in a completely different situation. We have, we have the resources, we have the coordination now. It's completely different situation when it comes to fire mitigation, fire response. There's not a fire council up there. Is there a fire council up there? I'm expecting there is. Then there needs to be, and we can make that more robust. But I'd like to see it move forward. I think that protecting the environment, that being a wildlife enthusiast as I am, I'm a big hiker, and also creating some economic vitality for that area is not exclusive to one another. I think that they can cohabitate very well. So on that notion, I'll be making a motion to approve the recommendation by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gallagher?
Yeah, thank you. I think that we definitely should do a relook of the 2018 vision. I think that's a good recommendation. And, it's important for us to reevaluate now that we have been through COVID. There's a very good chance, and I think as Director Lederer said, the market is telling us that maybe our vision was off. But I do want to make sure that everyone understands, and you mentioned this, that we do have an agreement with the federal government that they can come in and do whatever they want if they don't like what we have. And I don't want to see a golf club and XYZ tower in Berryessa. So I think we're going to have to be really cautious around that. I don't think reevaluating means that we can't give Wildhaven an opportunity to look at the viability of a glamping site. I agree that's a much less impactful approach than a Margaritaville, for example. And glamping is actually something that the market has really taken to and is very successful in other areas. So I think that it's okay for us to move forward with that. That really is the only decision before us today. But it would be great to take a much broader view at another time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. So I have a motion on the floor.
I'm going to make a second with the friendly amendment that this matter comes back to us for a full presentation to the board of all of the entire master development agreement for the sites, including the history of engagements that we've had with each one of them.
Okay, and then for clarity, the time frame here is a 28-month agreement where we're 4 months for the company to investigate, 24 months for the approval period. So it's a pretty lengthy span of time if we're looking at wanting to re-envision things. I just hope that's not out of step, but I'm willing to support. So I have a motion by Vice Chair Alessio, a second by Supervisor Ramos. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We have concluded item 11. And we will be going to item 12, closed session. We will be taking up items 12A and 12B in closed session. Those are 12A, conference with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Christine Briseno, Director of Health and Human Resources, and Napa County Probation Professionals Association Non-Supervisory Unit, and Napa County Probation Professionals Association Supervisory Unit. And item 12B, Silverado Community Services District Conference with Legal Counsel about existing litigation. Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And the name of the case is Bowana Wilkowski versus County of Napa Public Works et al. Napa Superior Court Case number 24CV001696. And we will recess to closed session now. I anticipate we will return by 1:30. What do you think? 2? Yeah, guidance there?
I would say 1:40.
1:40, okay. Around 1:40, thank you. Thank you.
You're live when you're ready.
Thank you. We have returned from closed session, and I would like to ask council to report on any action reportable in closed session.
Thank you, Chair Manfrey. The board met in closed session today on item 12A, conference with labor negotiators. The board gave direction to staff. There's no reportable action. The board also met in closed session on 12B as the Silverado Community Services District Board regarding existing litigation in the case of Volkowski versus the County of Napa Public Works. The board gave direction to staff, no reportable action. Thanks.
Thank you, council. We will now adjourn to the next Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026 at 9 a.m.